Hello. Hello. I keep forgetting to check the mic. I'm on the mic. Welcome to the Sunday stream again. I hope the form is good. I hope you've been keeping your form. I hope you haven't skipped a leg day. Oh yeah, we got one or two more things to do before we go live. Oh shit, hang on. Almost there. Okay. So, where do we go from here? What do we do? Huh? It's been a week. That's probably the best thing I could probably say, is that it has been a week. I have to pull up some stuff, some watch laters that I had put off quite some time ago. I don't have a coming up thing for today, specifically because I was getting the scoreboard ready. Yeah, we're doing the Insanity Marathon again today with another special guest. I was kind of hoping to go over the... Jesus Christ. Sorry, I just got jump scared by a thumbnail. I hope my mic is on. It is on. Thank God. Yeah, I was going to go over that EDP documentary, but I don't think we have the time to do it. But in case people didn't know, there's a new oneself today. They're supposed to be at about 10 p.m., which is the time that we usually knock off for the evening. Oh, we could look at that new Doomsday trailer as well, just to kind of shit on it. Sorry, I will be ready by 10 past, I promise you. Oh, so ad block doesn't work if you're logged out. Fine. Okay, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Where's the music coming from? That can go. Okay. So I've already seen this. There's also the Vision Quest trailer, which I don't think is as consequential. I'll probably watch it. I like James Spader quite a bit. I haven't watched, is it Reddington was the show that he did? I've seen clips from it. Oh no, Blacklist. And he looks terrific in that. Or he acts terrific in it, I should say. Um, I've already seen this trailer. I think it's actually considerably better than the previous trailer. There's a lot more aura going here. I mean, this was probably the chief bit of concept art, right?
Victor was
In fact, it looks like concept art.
always the smartest guy in every room. He used to be different.
I'm kind of tired of looking at this logo popping up at the start of every trailer.
He used to be kind. He used to be caring.
I'm trying to figure out, is this Magneto or is this Gandalf? I still can't get on board with Channing Tatum as Gambit. He's a good actor and I enjoy him, and he was fantastic in Deadpool and Wolverine. But I just don't think he's a good fit for the character. But I don't think we'll see him reprise the role after Secret Wars. If you missed it, Marvel announced their cast for the new X-Men yesterday or the day before. All these youngins, like they have the girl from Obsession. Obviously, Sadie Sink is what's her name? Jean Grey. Spider-Man, brand new day spoilers. Chris Evans looks more like Chris Evans here. He did not look like Chris Evans in that initial trailer. But then again, there's a theory that this isn't even Steve Rogers from Dimension 616 that we're used to, which I hope is the case because he's basically just T-shirt man in this.
And then everything he loved was taken from him.
Someone had made a point, or at the D23 and San Diego Comic Con, they had costumes from the movie on display. So they obviously had Doom, which had either been leaked or had been seen plenty of time in promo work before the trailers. They had the Latverian witches, and they did a cool thing where they would put a different one on display every day, and people would assume that they were just changing the color of the outfit, but very quickly they would notice subtle changes in like the badge or the bracelets or something, and they realized it was different characters. So there's 3 witches, and then there's 1 sorcerer or something beneath them, which is supposedly Doctor Strange, which would make sense because there's a hole in the forehead for the third eye. But at not at Comic Con, but at D23, they showed 2 different outfits for Doom, and I guess it's kind of cool if they have variants of Doom because they're gonna have variants of literally every other character. But now there's a theory going that Robert Downey Jr. isn't the Doom that will be leading the charge on this film, and that the Doom or whoever is at the end of Fantastic Four First Steps is another Doom that we're seeing in most of this. So it's hard to say. This doesn't necessarily look like Robert Downey Jr.'s eyes. I mean, obviously they did something with the eyes. They made the eyes greener, which is fair. But I don't know if this looks like. It's hard. I don't think I could ID somebody from the shape of their eyes. I personally don't.
I knew he was lost, but I did not realize that he
There is a very kind of a uniform color grade to this film. People were saying it's good, but in 5 months they're going to be saying it's shit.
was broken.
Apparently, you can see the Latverian witches there in the corner. You can see like someone else's rope blowing next to them, like here. I mean, they're doing a decent job of aura farming Doctor Doom because that's like his strongest power, I guess. Oh yeah, I saw this on Twitter. People were saying it was New York, and at the time I couldn't ID it as New York, but now I'm seeing Central Park there. I don't see not Stark Tower, the Avengers Tower, so I'm guessing this is probably not 616. This could be the Fox universe. Oh, Celtic, how are you doing? It's good to see you.
Victor.
Oh, we can talk about Spider-Man now.
You do this.
I'll be honest, that looks a lot more like RDJ's eyes. That looks like Robert Downey Jr.'s eyes. Actually, it would be incredibly easy to ID it because there's a mole or a spot here. Um, if you're just joining Celtic, two different Doom outfits were unveiled at D23. Not a spoiler. It was part of the official promotion for Doomsday. They had outfits from the movie on display, and there was two different outfits for Doctor Doom. So it's possible that he has a wardrobe change during the movie. One person said that one outfit is his normal outfit, the other one's the battle outfit. I don't see why a character who's so OP as Doom would need to have multiple outfits, but I think it stands to reason that there could just be multiple Dooms because the basis of the film is like this is the culmination of the multiverse saga. So I would be down with seeing one Doom kill another Doom, but more than anything else, I want to see Doom kill King Thanos. King Thanos is like the strongest version of Thanos between all the universes, and the concept art for Doomsday shows God Emperor Doom, and I would love to have Doomsday end with God Emperor Doom. But there's a working theory that Doom isn't even the real villain, which could be believed. In a lot of the comics, he starts as a villain, but he turns into a hero later on. It would make sense that Doom would have his own variants. Yeah, it's a pity that the guy who played Doom in the 2000s, the Fox, the first Fox Fantastic Four died because he had a decent outfit and he didn't do a terrible job. I just think he had terrible direction. Between the two Doom outfits, the one that isn't the one that we're seeing in the trailers, the other one is more like I could bring it up actually. I'll bring it up. Um, Doctor Doom T23. Yeah, here we go. Don't direct me to fucking Facebook. I don't want to use your stupid site. And now it's going on Instagram. I don't care. Everyone wants to pull you into their stupid fucking site. I don't care. You know what? We're just going to download the image and open it old school. Okay. So, yeah, this is the one on the left is the one that we've seen from the initial trailer and the promotional art. So this is what some would describe as like Battle Doom or whatever. Like he's more clad. I think this is super over designed. But then there's this more streamlined outfit, and the hood and the mask bears more of a resemblance to what you would have seen in the Fantastic Four post-credit scene. Um, the outfit, especially the cape, looks like the Fox, the initial Fox Fantastic Four film. I don't know. Um, it could be a different variant. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. But the concept art of God Emperor Doom looks so crazy. I hope because they're probably going to do Battle World in this, and I really hope that if they do Battle World that they get God Emperor Doom.
All of you have lived stolen lives.
This also like the first trailer for Doomsday. The Doom lines sounded quite a bit like Robert Downey Jr. when he was doing the things. These lines don't sound anything like Tony or Robert Downey Jr.
But now you must give them back.
But you know, he Robert Downey Jr. is a good actor, so maybe he's just really going for it.
Hey, Victor! Did you do this?
Someone said it on Twitter, but these lines of Reed accosting Doom are kind of weak because we haven't seen Doom built up as a character. We've only seen Reed in one film so far, so it's out of context. These aren't very compelling.
Do this! I swear you will beg for hell long before I grant it.
that scene has so much bashing figures energy. You know the way you'd have your toys when you were young and you just bashed them, and then you bring in the bad guy who could just defeat all the good guys in one go.
Answers to me. For I am Doom.
And I would love for them to be faking us out with Robert Downey Jr. because bringing him back to play Doom to this day is so incredibly lame to me. I don't know if I said it for the initial trailer, but all we've seen, I think, is the characters hanging out in the X-Men mansion, and then wherever, I think this is the courtyard of the X-Men mansion where Thor is fighting Doom. Oh, he looks so bad here. But yeah, we've only seen 2 locations. I guess a third if you count New York. Oh, and well, look, there's Tower 7. Um, if you include the Avengers Tower, it's 3 locations. So I desperately, desperately, desperately hope they're showing us. What they're showing us is only from the first half hour of the film. Like they did with Endgame. Like, the initial trailers, the first trailer or 2 for Endgame, they only show you the first 20 minutes. And they deceptively edited trailers to change the context of scenes like hairstyles and stuff. So and I think the further down the line the MCU goes, the more you have to do that kind of thing because so much more of the setup gets contextual because you're not gonna know who Reed Richards is if you haven't seen Fantastic Four, which is, that's since the last Avengers film, you know. If you haven't seen Endgame, you're not gonna know why this is a big deal. I don't know why Thor is just dressed up like Endgame. I'm guessing it's just member berries. Uh, I don't know if I need to necessarily see Black Panther 2 to know where Shuri is in this. I was asking people, do I need to have watched Agatha all along to know where Vision Quest is, and apparently I don't. I haven't seen Captain America 2, so I don't know much about Falcon. I'm guessing I'm not going to need to know much about him. I watched Fantastic Four First Steps just for a laugh, and I was interested in the production design, doing the kind of neo 60s thing, and it felt like the world's longest trailer. Maybe I've said that already. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. So we'll get to the other watch later stuff. So it's gonna be a lot of Halo stuff. Um, oh, this is a song. I'm spooked to play music on stream, but I'm very curious in this. So someone, because there's no multiplayer with Champagne Evolved, someone has made their own multiplayer. Who knows what we're gonna see here? But I would love some other way of playing multiplayer going forward. Now, this title is called 343 killed Halo's multiplayer, so I fixed it. I'm not going to litigate on him saying 343 over Halo Studios. What I am going to do is pray that if he's doing a multiplayer, somehow he's put in a theater mode, not a machinima mode. Remember, we don't like that. It's bad. It's a poo-poo feature. But again, it's not the end of the world if he hasn't. We just need a multiplayer that's good and fun. And just so our cards are on the table, I liked Infinite's multiplayer a lot. Was it perfect? No, but it's leaps and bounds above Halo 5's. Things look a little simple, but that's fine. I think people will forgive visual hiccups in favor of good gameplay. That's the thing that I think Halo Studios have missed over the last decade or so. Getting very much Reach flavored here. Also, kind of cool that they have civilian hog there. I don't believe for a second that's going to be in the playable version. Maybe if it's in alpha or beta or whatever right now. If it's in early stages, I'm sure that'll be in there, but I can't see a reason why they would ever want to include unless they're doing their own forge. If they're doing their own forge, I'd forgive no theater mode because forge is a hard thing to build from the ground up, and it would show a lot of consideration for the community. Oh, cut the gameplay chatter. That's not selling it. Also, you can tell that he's modeled all this stuff himself as well, so fair play. What engine is this in?
I see behind me that tree.
Did you ever hear that game? It's like a sandbox thing on PlayStation. It was called Dreams. I think it came out either right before the pandemic or right after, and it allowed you to like. It was kind of like I guess Unity or something, where you could like build your own cinematics or gameplays and stuff, or just games. This feels very much like it was built in that. I think a lot of people would immediately jump on this, like, shit on all the visual weirdness, but I have a lot of respect for people just wearing the bugs on their sleeve and just being upfront about where it's at.
Scared me. Whoa, I saw that
Oh, it's on mobile. Wow. Okay, sorry.
from here.
I mean, this looks nothing like CE, but who cares?
So the new Halo remake is out, which at this point,
Oh, it's cute. He's trying to do machinima.
you can kind of tell they're running out of ideas. I mean, they
Well said.
completely overhaul the game, and you can't really tell it's Halo CE, let alone Halo in general. It's good, don't get me wrong, the gameplay feels fantastic, and the graphics are subjectively better than anything we've ever seen before. But I think it's missing the Halo feel, which 343, or Halo Studio, whatever the fuck they're called, they struggle a lot with the Halo feel. I mean, they try to shove you in all these like weird sci-fi areas to make it feel like Halo, but something's just missing. Not that I know shit about what makes a good Halo game, but that's regardless. But I wanted to see how hard it would be to make an actual Halo remake in Unreal Engine with multiplayer and running at 120 FPS. But that's besides the point. So last time in one of my videos, I started making everything from scratch, and that was a horrible idea. It looked like this. So this time around, I'm actually going to do what my Wikipedia thinks I do.
Do you have a Wikipedia?
And mod the game. Except we're not modding shit, and we're just gonna borrow all the files and put it in our own game. Which is basically the same thing I always do.
Yeah, I think if you're making stuff in Unreal, you have to not fall down the trap of lens flare, chromatic aberration, and motion blur. So long as you stay away from those three things, I think people be inclined to take your game seriously.
Except this time we're borrowing! We're borrowing the files! That way we can get high quality assets and just throw them into our project. So the first step is, how do we actually do this? Because I've never modded, ever. And immediately I remembered, oh, I'm in the Halo Archive Discord channel. And I just sent them a message and they pointed me to this GitHub tool.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey, can I have this? Look it up yourself. We're not here to educate you. That's basically how it went, I'd say.
Called Foundry, and then I just installed it into Blender and it just worked.
Dude, Foundry is so fucking huge. I am not installing that.
It just reads your Halo game files inside of Blender. It's actual black magic. I don't know how the fuck they did that. So immediately I started just grabbing stuff like I was looting a store. So I immediately started grabbing the first person arms to see what they got. And it's actually kind of crazy because it's broken up into multiple graphs for each rifle, each weapon, each thing you do, I guess. Like the anim set inside of each one of these graphs is crazy. For just the rifle, you get like striking, walking, sprinting, jumping, which normally I don't have access to this much
Oh, hey, Saren. How you doing, BB?
content. Like, I'd be lucky if I get an idle and a walk animation for most of the games I make. So
Yeah, but don't shit on, like, don't put yourself down. I mean, Saren of all people is in here. I have all the respect for people who build things from the ground up. I mean, you're talking about stealing assets from the archive. Everything from the archive is stolen anyway, so it's fine. I have a big problem with the phrase the best artists steal stuff, but in this case, if it's the stepping stone you need to building your own skill set, then or building something better than what Halo Studios is doing, 100% go for it. I steal stuff from the archive all the time, and they don't even want me in there.
This is the mother lode. And then from there, you just kind of export it into Unreal Engine, and it quite literally just works.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought there was weirdness with bringing stuff from Blender to Unreal. At least that's how the archive explained it.
I mean, mostly, you gotta, like, set some stuff up that's, like, just basic Unreal stuff, like
I don't know any Unreal stuff, so I would trust you on this.
the camera, animations, binding them to actual keys to, like, do shit, and then you're kind of done. You know, minus the whole game part. But it already looks fucking sick. Like, that took me, like, an hour of, like, development. That's fucking dope. Look how sick this fucking looks. So I was able to get, like,
As the motion blur was just kind of yucky, but if this is running on mobile, then I tip my hat to you.
a punch, an idle, a walk, a jump, shooting, reload. Mostly all just for the rifle, but there's so much more. For now, I need a quick demo slice, just to make sure everything is working. So I grabbed a little grunt model with all of its animations, and this little fucker is 71 megabytes of data. To put it in context, most FBX files are like, I don't know, 600 kilobytes? But he has
Yeah.
over 400 animations, jumps, dodges, pings, which I guess are just hit reactions. I don't know, their naming convention is fucked. They even have one when they ride on the ghost, which kind of gives me an idea.
So he took away the mouthpieces, but that's funny. That's cool. If he's doing stuff like this, I mean, this could just be like because it's Unreal, he could have just scripted this. But please do a theater mode. I mean, if this is on mobile, I'm asking for too much. I don't want to be greedy. So he didn't model all this from the ground up. There's just low polygons because of the porting, I guess.
So yeah, I added a Warthog, and from this point I realized I just wanted to play a game with my friend because I have all this cool shit, so I might as well. So I quickly gathered up as much environment and set pieces as possible and just threw it all into a map really quick. I added a nice HUD, main menu, and some settings and stuff, just basic things to get us going. But the actual challenging part of this is going to be connecting people, and I want to connect people with peer-to-peer NAT punching connections. Why do I have to do this?
Oh, peer-to-peer. Dude, you're talking my language.
Well, the main issue...
Although I like dedicated servers, but peer-to-peer is better, right? There was a video explaining it ages ago and I forgot. Damn. Oh, and I muted it.
Why do I have to do this? Well, the main issue is that all my projects are usually plagued with this kind of issue. You can't actually play any of my games with someone. I mean, maybe besides the Squidward Vietnam one, because normally what happens is you use a socket connection and say, hey, I want to connect to my friend over there. And Steam goes, oh, no worries, I got you, and handles the connection perfectly. But the catch is, if you don't have Steam or Epic Games involved, how do you actually connect people? What if I just want to hand out the game files to someone and just be like, hey, I want to play with you? They shouldn't need Steam or Epic Games involved. I would also...
I mean, he's probably going to wrap this up in some kind of hard cut gag or giggle to the camera, but he is asking like a really good question here.
I have to buy like an app ID on Steam just to get the game files on there, and it's like, it's a whole thing just to fucking play with someone.
See?
It should just work, Todd Howard.
It should just work,
If
though.
you cut
He's
out
right.
the middleman and just have two people connect with the game files alone, immediately the longevity of the game is indefinite. You don't need to have
That's until Microsoft hits you with a cease and desist. Shout out to El Dorito.
servers or any bullshit. You just have people connect. I mean, it's over a peer-to-peer connection. It's a little sketchy, but if you're playing with friends, it's fine. I mean, as long as the internet...
Well, that's the thing that put me off reinstalling El Dorito, because I'm naive when it comes to PC security, and downloading something and my PC starts going wee 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 untrusted file, I start to get a bit nervous. But For the, I think I played El Dorito for a week or two, and I had a great time. I just got really angry when I found out there was no theater.
It doesn't collapse. This
El Dorito was amazing. I think it's still around. It's just you have to really go soul searching to find it,
could basically
like a download, because they're not going to flat out advertise it because they're probably used to having feckin' honeypots from Microsoft snipping around the servers, which like kind of makes sense because there's Halo Studios people in the archive, and the archive, I'm pretty sure, has an affiliate with El Dorito, which is a pretty dumb thing to do, but whatever.
go forever. But a way to double down and harden this approach is actually with two-factor authentication. Literally. Well, sort of. So the way the plugin works is that you host a game, grab a special code, send it to your friend via Discord or whatever you got, I don't know, fucking Telegram. Then on their end, they paste the code, then they get a reply code, which then sends you back to the host, and the loop is complete. And everyone is connected. But then you can just play with your friend and it's 100% isolated and you don't have a giant mega corporation sniffing your packets or anything you say to your friend in text chat.
There's another thing I have to look at as well. You might do that today after Red Dead Redemption. Nice.
And now that you can connect to your friends, I present to you
Text is at a higher resolution than the actual game.
Just unzip it anywhere. Trying to get to the highest point possible.
Shit.
A copy of you just standing there. You see the one? Wait. You see it's right here.
That's from the cinematic. I left him there. He got baked in. I don't know. Who's the real one?
Oh, so that was part of the animation, so that's not actual player model. Okay. So there isn't a theater. Okay. I am asking for too much, but that's fair.
Water, dude. The water looks so good.
Yeah.
What kind of shaders you use?
Custom. Oh shit.
What?
You need to have the mic like 5 feet away from your mouth. And this is me saying it.
Yeah. Got it. Oh shit! No, get it out of there! Get it out of there!
No, I was playing with Deadeye.
We're looking for.
No, I'm not looking for anything.
I mean, he hasn't put in like player customization, but that's really not any detriment to the gameplay.
No.
Wow, wasn't that a heartwarming adventure? If you want to play this with your friend, head over to my itch.io. Get on over there. You can play this small little matchmaking game for free! It's called Bro Can't Reach. It's a fun little game that hopefully gets me a job at 343 or sued into the ground. But remember, if they remove it, it's canon.
Alright. I was watching R. Kelly videos, or not R. Kelly like music videos, but like videos breaking down the case because I didn't know all the details and I wanted to like familiarize myself with it.
And popular thought.
Shut up. Is this it? I saw a reel on this in the last week. See, there's this whole thing called Bionicle Day, and the thing is that the community can never agree on when it is. Is it in August or is it October? We might cycle back to this. I really want to see this I Love Bees animated. So I never listened to the audio drama because I just don't have the time. I feel weird about having this in 60 frames, but whatever.
Hold on, wait a second. What the hell just happened? Massive power interrupt. Just automatically flipped us to threat
Using it in Halo 2's graphics, though, is incredible.
condition Bravo. Hey, there's a blip on the security board.
How did they get out of this circle? There's no way for them to get out of this circle of PCs.
Holy
This is like my setup.
crap. We've got an intruder, C-Wing. Personnel building right next to the motor pool. Look, security cam 34. It's a woman. I'll say. She's a bogey, Frank. Hot, though. Jesus. I have no idea how she got onto the base. We'll ask her when we catch her. Look at her run. God, she's fast. Not for long.
This kind of reminds me of Bionicle Days every day. That's true. I went to see Joji perform in Dublin on Tuesday gone by, and as you would imagine, there were two guys, maybe three guys dressed as Pink Guy, one guy dressed as Donkey Kong, one guy dressed as Mario, one guy dressed as Luigi, and then one guy was just wearing a Bionicle baseball cap. And I tried to get a hold of him, but I couldn't. He was maybe 20 feet behind me in the crowd, and you know when the concert is over, everybody's flushing out, so I couldn't get a hold of him in time.
You have a bogey in the corridor on the other side of that door. Proceed with caution. Whoa. She disappeared.
Those security cameras have done so well.
What do you mean disappeared? I mean, she's gone. No trace. 129, what do you see? What do you mean the corridor's empty?
She must have doubled back.
Run her down, damn it!
I can see the sentry fine. See? It's just... Wait a
There
second.
she is again. What? How the hell?
Oh my God.
What?
She hid on the ceiling.
What the hell?
I might listen to I Love Beast at some stage. I don't think it'd be suitable for a stream though, because it's all audio, right? Same thing with the ODST terminals. I haven't even looked at the Campaign Evolved terminals yet, and I collected all of them.
Looks like she's heading for procurement.
She's screwed then. That door's passcode only. It's a dead end. She can't get through.
She's through.
I don't believe it. I need a full security detail. I mean 10 men. I need them fanned out around
Oh, I love it when they use multiplayer maps. That's awesome.
procurement. I need them right now.
I think I got a face on security cam 18.
She's young.
Holy... That's Jan.
Who the hell is Jan?
Jan James, the local heartbreaker at my son's high school.
Dwayne knows this girl?
Knows her. He's got like a picture under his pillow.
What the hell is she doing dodging base security?
Hell if I know. Her dad was in the SSF.
SSF?
Marine slang, not just special forces. Special.
Super special forces.
Queen of Neptune.
I collected the skull guys.
Special forces. Special
Oh, it's right behind them too.
forces.
I don't care if her dad was the freaking Queen of Neptune. I want her caught.
Taught her some moves, though, didn't he?
Well, she's screwed now. We better surround it. She's headed up to the roof.
There's a reason why they call her the walkaway girl, man.
For God's sake, she's treed, Frank. I'll just...
It looks like one of the skyboxes from Reach. D-Man, what am I watching? I'm watching an animated thing of the I Love Bees thing. You know, the ARG from Halo 2.
Sent a couple of cadets up to the roof to take her
I
in.
think I can get a... Yeah. Here we go. There. The lovely and talented Miss James, courtesy security
Wait, what security camera is this?
cam 45.
What the hell's she doing?
Looks like she's getting ready to jump off the roof and over the electric fence.
It's 3 stories high.
Don't look down, sweetheart. That first step's a doozy.
Perimeter Sentry 1-6, double time at the gate 4. We have a
I'm wondering, is this voice acting from the actual ARG, or did he get people to do this? I guess we'll see when it's over.
possible jumper coming off the...
Do a swan dive.
She jumped!
Bring a medic.
Holy Christ, she's getting up.
No.
Oh, that's what the camera. It was a floating camera. Nice touch.
That's not possible. She's gonna get away.
No. Here comes the sentry. He's got her at gunpoint.
If it weren't for the black hound, we'd never have seen her. Hang on, I'm gonna run line into the sentry's chatter. Listen.
Halt! Put your hands in the air.
Hey, soldier.
Oh, you gotta use the first person.
Is that an assault rifle in your hands, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh, they use the old graphics and everything. That's nice. Oh, this is the guy who did the Pokemon Snap Halo 2 thing. So he does a lot of demake stuff. That's nice. Oh, so this must be the... You can't see it because of the chat, but there's a voice actors listed here, so I'm guessing, yeah, this is all voice acted. Nice work, though. Very, very nice work. There's this video from the final Anvil update, which is a Halo tool. I haven't watched any of the Anvil videos, but I kind of want to see this one.
The final Anvil update.
I think this is like a soft modding tool.
I know people have been waiting for this update for a bit longer than expected, but the update is out now. For those who don't want to listen to me ramble on about the update, I have a changelog and update documentation linked in the description below. And so, without further ado, allow me to go
Being able to put a zone in a Falcon is a really good idea.
over exactly what is in this update.
Is it used for adding weapons like the rocket launcher or the Wraith thing? like SVE.
The biggest change comes from scale. The Anvil game types now use 330x scaling, which is the same scaling that Rabbids game types use.
Oh, so you can make things bigger other than players. That's a good thing. I'm silly question, but I'm assuming there's like infinite budget or close to.
I understand the frustration of switching away from 47x after 2 updates, but to be honest, 330x is just better than 47x in every way. You can get higher scalings, you can get more precise scalings at lower scales, and it comes with more options. Not to mention that pretty much every modern game type mod is going to use 330x scaling, if it has scaling. For clarity's sake, I'll go over all the options available for scale in this update. Red Team activates Cosmic Scaling. This is an additional scale range that ranges from 330 times scale.
So I'm asking all the wrong questions here because I haven't followed any of the other Anvil updates. But I'm curious if this scaling includes collision. So the cone is bigger, but if I bump into it here, is it going to react? Am I going to get resistance here? Because in the SVE mods that are on MCC, like base MCC, you can increase player scale, but if anyone gets close to you, past like or before they get to what would be a normal like hitbox or collision box for a Spartan or an elite, they're just going to phase through. I'm curious if the actual scale of the cone is going to be like closer to what's around the cursor rather than what's around here. I'm curious if I bump up against it, am I going to like just be pushing against because the scale is so big, it shouldn't be feather light like the actual cone is, or is it going to be like the cone where if I melee attack it, is it going to go flying, regardless of its size? I'm guessing this is kind of in what the 330x or whatever scaling is talking about, where physics are applied relative to the scale. I never got into modding, but I slightly wish I did, but it feels kind of late to do it now, especially for a game so antiquated as Reach.
All the way up to 110,000 times scale.
Christ.
Approximately. At this scale range, even a traffic cone can cover the entirety of Forge World. Blue Team
Is the cone the smallest thing you can make? Or spawn?
activates Shadowcaster with Cosmic Scaling.
Shadowcaster? No way.
While it is pretty cool to see a shadow cover the entire map and then some, it should be noted that these shadows will sometimes bug out for low-end machines.
I would imagine so.
Green Team activates the regular Shadowcaster. Not much to say here, it's the same as it was before. Orange and Purple Team activate 2 different attachment options for the scaled object. Purple Team will attach it to a flag stand, disabling the object's normal hitbox, which is still active even when it's scaled up. Orange Team does the same thing, however it also disables the projectile hitbox, which applies to the scaled up object's scaled visuals.
You need to be a really crafty guy to bend this to your whims for machinima. This is all like gameplay stuff for customs, which I have no shortage of respect for.
This can be useful for performance, especially when you have lots of these scaled up trees.
It makes you realize just how kind of ugly Forge World is.
You'll
Like all the walls are samey and stuff. It makes you realize that after Halo 4 they just went ham with making forges colorful or as open-ended as they possibly could.
Team is still the individual object.
Like, this is such a silly thing to ask for, but I would love like a uniform color change where we can just, because when you change colors, it'll change the color of the accents on these lights. Like, this is Purple Team, so the purple is coming out here, which is fine. I would really love it if the color changed all the gray. Maybe even the, I know it's supposed to be team-based stuff, but I hate looking at the green and blue the whole time. The green, the blue, and the green, the blue, and the grey of Forge World is just ugh.
Scale toggle.
I mean, it's almost Fruitager, but still.
Pink Team activates the same option as Orange Team, but for cosmic scale objects.
Does cosmic mean like ships? like corvettes or not serifs, but the cruisers, like the pillar bottom.
This is primarily useful for when you have your entire map encased inside of a cosmic scale object.
It's a huge cone.
As you can see, the Warthog tires, among other things, will spaz out. This has no effect on gameplay, it's just a visual glitch, and setting it to Pink Team fixes it. Finally, we have Brown Team, which activates the invisible scaled object. Essentially, in the CGB, the object will be invisible, but any collision, projectile, or regular, will be maintained. To clear up any confusion, the scale object will have whatever collision it had prior to being hidden. This does not cause any sort of scaled collision. This is useful for creating invisible walls, which projectiles cannot pass through, or just invisible walls, like real invisible walls. Within the Forge mode, the toolbar mode's scale options have been edited to accommodate the new options.
Scale changes, okay. Spawner changes. Switching gate changes. Mod vehicle. I think this is just like what they have in SVE.
Change is with the attach base and attachment system. It is
yeah.
completely dumped in favor of a new system, which is more streamlined and focused on custom vehicle stuff.
Yeah.
The new mod vehicle label only requires...
App object?
I am 100% serious this time. I finally fixed map objects, and we can go back to using object reference, or object by index as it was previously known, and we can get rid of object teleport. Object reference also comes with some new and options as well.
Nice.
So for reference, here are all of them. Neutral team will keep the map object attached, and it's the only team that does it.
Is this every item in the entire game? Out of bounds play. Look, I just want to get rid of out of bounds.
Next, I want to talk
Like the
about
barriers.
out of bounds play. Thanks to advancements with game type scripts, we're able to play out of bounds while taking mostly full damage. And this enables into
Game type change, I super don't care. Map defined game options.
Spawn sequence 1 activates bro spawning, but without the option to spawn other players, simply spawning at locations. Spawn sequence 2 activates invincibility, but total invincibility. And as mentioned before, spawn sequence...
I hate to like skim through this, but we're coming up on the start of the Insanity Marathon, and there's too much tech speak here for me to actually listen to. I'm too dumb for this.
This was one hell of an update to put together, and I have to apologize for how long it took me to put this together. Combination of work, life, and other factors really delayed this by a lot. With that said, this will be the final Anvil update, so do take advantage of everything I've added and changed in this update. And hopefully, some of you will stick around for what I do next with the channel. Whether or not you do, thank you for watching, and happy forging.
I mean, that's the thing that jump scared me. Oh, we didn't watch this shit, it was playing. So, I thought that this was similar to the Isle of Beast thing, where it was an animation made in, like, with Halo 2's assets or graphics or whatever, but it's actually like a mod with cinematics. And it's based on the Mona Lisa, which is one of the cooler short stories from the Halo universe. I really want one of the, is it Prototype? The one about the mutated Spartan. It was in Evolutions, I believe. Evolutions Part 1 and 2 is really good, by the way. You should read it. Probably has the ugliest artwork of any Halo book, but still. It's like the start of the Halo 2 cutscenes. I mean, the graphics are on par. What am I watching this in? 480p? Sorry, oh, it's a bit sharp. I would love to make cinematics in Halo 1 or 2's engine, or 3's, but I don't think enough time is there to warrant the yield on that. This looks like the Pillar of Autumn, like the final levels tunnels. Probably is.
Halo. What's left of it, at least. Not even sure why we're here. They claim it's for recon and recovery, and we've spent the last 3 days scouring through the debris field.
And she has recons?
For what? What are they looking for?
She actually looks like the main character from Oni, which was one of Bungie's games before. Kinda, not really. But you can tell that these, I think these animations are done with like playback rather than scripted movement, like the original Combat Evolved. I don't know if that's Keys or a guy, just a normal guy. Captain Keys.
At ease, Sergeant. Anything new to report?
He's got a bit of a stroke going on there.
No, sir.
What about you, Rebecca?
The pod was launched 6 hours ago from the Mona Lisa, a prison transport.
I mean, there's only so much you can do with Cortana's model, but it looks cool, looks trippy.
I backtracked and calculated the ship's proximate location at the time of the launch, as well as where it should be right now.
These the coordinates?
Yes, sir.
And I'm guessing we didn't pick this ship up because of the debris.
I don't know whose voice that is. I don't know if it's AI or what, but it's one of the few times where a Halo mod or like Machinima has had an actual voice actor.
That is correct, Commander. This is a typical schematic for a ship of this type. They're converted freighters for transporting prisoners and ore.
Oh, she looks super
colonies.
bored.
The bridge is situated here, at the top. The prison cells are down below near the hangar. Most prison ships have minimal defenses and firearms on board as a precaution against a riot. They typically rely on an escort in those situations. But the Mona Lisa doesn't appear to have one. At least not anymore.
What would a prison transport be doing at the most significant alien discovery of the past 20 years?
That I can't tell you, sir.
Because you don't know, of course.
A random slip-space jump to evade the Covenant?
That'd be quite the coincidence. What do you think, Sergeant?
I'm not paid to think, sir.
Was there anything else he said? Anything at all that could give us context?
He just kept saying that he was safe, and that he wouldn't come back. Brought on by dehydration and his injuries, no doubt.
See, you could attack the animation on the mouths and stuff, but this is more or less what CE looked like, so it is accurate to the time.
Inclined to finish the post-mortem, stow the body, and carry on with our mission.
Might I ask what exactly our mission is, Commander? What are we doing out here, sir?
They did a good job of using Pillar of Autumn assets to make it look like a different ship.
What the commander means is that he wants you to take a squad out to the ship and investigate.
I haven't read Mona Lisa in a while, but I'm guessing this is taken word for word from it.
Is that what I mean, Rebecca? You're new on this ship, so I'll excuse you this time. But do not state your assumptions as fact.
Jesus, what's with the mansplaining?
Yes, sir.
She is, however, correct. Rebecca will coordinate
Hey, shut up, you stupid bitch. By the way, you're right.
from here. Take a Pelican out there and find out what the hell's going on.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, Sergeant. Dismissed.
I mean, that's what Lockjaw will do to you, I guess. Damn. She got that lip gloss on, though.
You know more than you told me.
We have our orders, Commander.
Do you know what's on that ship? I don't like being kept in the dark, especially when it comes to deploying my troops.
It's only recon, sir.
Just recon. Dude, I got ODST just for that armor set.
Our original mission was only recon. How'd that end up for us?
We're at war, Commander. Reach has fallen. Our backs are against the wall.
And the rain will kill us all, but no one else can see. Psychosocial. I guess Sid is not in Slipknot anymore.
Extreme measures are necessary to ensure our survival.
Is that all we're fighting for now? Survival?
Did his eye colors change? Between the shot? I don't know, maybe not.
Is that all we're fighting for now? Survival?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. You know what? Never mind. I like it in 60 frames. Lets you know that it's an engine. Unlike Campaign Evolved. The shot composition is very CE coded. Now I want to make something like this. See, this is a mod. This is just the opening cinematic. Oh, I don't know if that was in the original game. That tying shoelace animation was so cute.
Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the party.
Just misgender her.
Come on, Marines. Get your heads on straight and move out.
Also, is the galley or whatever just open?
Good to see you, sir. Well,
I'm guessing it's closed, I guess.
welcome to the party.
Or the airlock or whatever.
Get your heads on straight and move out.
I was considering making a CE machinima anyway for a while. But it would have to be a quick burn thing. Maybe, yeah, maybe we'll do some of it for the guide. Because I have a lot of CE stuff that I've wanted to use that I haven't had a chance to. I mean, scripting something like this would take too much time. And I already would have no idea what I'm doing. And asking for help in the archive or the Halo Mod server is a bad idea. Whenever it cuts to gameplay, I'll just skip ahead because I don't really care to watch gameplay. Are we doing POV stuff?
In progress. Hang tight, folks.
Oh no, we're going to gameplay now, I think.
Solid, Sarge. On your mark. Good. Let's go.
If I knew this was a mod, I would have just done it myself. Oh, they're naked elites. That's cool. And there'd be no shields on them.
Burgundy, what's your sit rep? Do you have eyes on Cranker?
Sarge, I'm not sure what I'm seeing. It's too dark. And Cranker's flashlight is just lying on the floor. Oh, shit! Sarge, something just dragged one of the Covey corpses down the hall. Something big. Something really big.
I kind of... I'm used to seeing Fohammer as a black lady now and not a white woman.
Do they eat their own? Because that's what it looks like.
Beaks, focus. Where is Cranker? Sarge, I'm telling you, I don't see him.
These cinematics are kind of long. This is the UNSC Red Horse. Do you copy? Most of it is cinematics, looks like.
Burgundy, we copy.
Burgundy.
Online and I'm patching you through.
Sergeant Lopez, what have you found?
No sign of crew or prisoners yet. One KIA and one missing possible KIA. Unknown number of Covenant forces on board. They're acting really strange. Not sure how they got here, but they have no armor or weapons. I've never seen anything like this before.
Oh, they're nudists.
That is all you found, Sergeant?
You mean other than the Covenant being on a civilian transport in the middle of a highly classified location? Other than them acting incredibly strange?
We heard you, Sergeant.
I want to talk to the commander.
Request denied.
Can't let you do that, David.
Negative. Sorry, Sergeant. You can't send anyone without alerting the Covenant.
That reflective effect is kind of cool.
We're outmanned and outgunned. They caught wind of our location. We wouldn't last a second against that thing.
Like Timu Captain Key.
The secrecy of Earth's location is paramount. The Mona Lisa
It's like Timu Captain Keys.
by the Covenant. Ascertain if the Covenant have accessed the Mona Lisa's nav data. If not, destroy it. We will inform you when it is safe for you to return.
Sir, I'm down 2 already as far as I know. We can keep going, shut down the nav, and flush out every Covey bastard on this boat. But begging your pardon, it's a big-ass boat. I need more men.
Negative, Sergeant. You have your orders, and I trust you'll see them through in your usual spectacular fashion.
Permission to speak freely, sir?
Denied.
You're bleeding now. You're breaking up. You have your orders.
Are they gone, Burgundy?
Yeah, Sarge.
Sit tight, Beaks. Patch them through when they come back online. Otherwise, just keep an eye out for Cranker.
Yeah, surely, right, Sarge?
Damn straight. Over and out. You heard. Change of plans here, boys and girls. We've got Cubbies on board, so our fearless commander has evoked the Cold Protocol.
Nice.
We need to kill the nav system. That's our primary goal. Ascertaining what the hell is going on here is now a secondary objective. Orlov, you've got that rough schematic?
Online.
Oh, cool. I like the kind of new helmet design with the glasses.
You're going after the backup in the engine room. Once you've confirmed the nav data hasn't been compromised, get it.
They got Barentana guy.
Yes, sir. Fall out, Marines.
Oh, don't tell me MCC isn't going to boot up.
How'd the Covenant get on board this ship, Sarge?
I don't know, McCraw. Maybe it's because we take so many Covenant prisoners. Let's get our shit together and get to the bridge.
Oh yeah, we can skip this. I love it when the loading icon and the pause icon and the play icon perfectly lines up with the reticule.
Sing, what's the deal with this?
I've seen this before. It's the opposite of a cell, a safe room. You can only open them from the inside.
In case the prisoners get out?
Exactly.
McCraw.
No, let him. Anyone home?
This is Sergeant Lopez of the UNSC Red Horse.
UNSC?
Yours truly.
How do I know you're really UNSC?
You can either take my word for it, or I can prove it to you. One of these is the fun option, but not for you. You got 10 seconds. And then we blow the house down. Identify yourself.
Dr. John Smith, Chief Medical Officer of the transport ship Mona Lisa. You can lower your weapons.
You didn't even say please.
Please?
Yeah, please. We've got bigger guns.
I am not the enemy. Lower your weapons.
How'd you end up in this room? What happened?
What do you think happened? Ship like this. Only one thing can happen. Prisoners broke out, overwhelmed the guards, and took over the ship. Lucky for me, I was in here when it all went down.
That's the story, huh?
It's not a story. The prisoners escaped and took over the ship.
You know, you're the first person we found. You might be the only human survivor on this ship.
The only human?
Uh-huh. Go to it, Marines. Policy on taking Covenant prisoners changed, Smith? I don't think we got that memo.
It wasn't a widely circulated memo.
No shit.
Look, I'm just the medical officer. I don't set policy. I just set broken bones, clean wounds. That's all.
What would the Mona Lisa want with Covey prisoners anyway?
For intelligence, I guess. Research and development? Know your enemy stuff. It's a war. You know that. You're a soldier, right? I don't know. I'm just a medical officer.
What's the Mona Lisa doing here?
Where is here? I've been in this room for I don't know how long. Where are we?
Oh man, this is like every person I
Why don't
had
you
when
tell
I
me
worked
the
customer
last place you
service.
were, then I'll tell you if you're still there.
Didn't you come here to rescue us? Am
Oh,
I
it's the
under
ending
arrest
cinematic.
or
Okay,
something?
cool.
Do you have access codes to the bridge?
That escalated.
We're off a planet called Threshold, and we've got Covenant loose on this ship. We're following.
Alright, so we're almost done this. Oh, this is part 1?
We need to get
It
off
was
the
only
ship.
3 days ago. I'm
We'll
guessing
get
they haven't
there
done
somehow,
part
right?
2.
We need to get off the ship.
Sorry, but that's not an option. We're going to the bridge.
Yeah,
and
okay,
you're
fine.
coming with us.
No!
Please.
There's a Bionicle Heroes 2026 State of Play. We'll get to that after. There'll be some time left over. Very nice. Okay. So it's time for the Insanity Marathon, I believe. Okay, so we'll get right into it right about now. Hola.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Just take it things slow, I should say.
Okay, cool. Full transparency, we're on the air, so if there's anything you're kind of nervous about, we can like take it aside.
Oh no. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it all on the ice kind of guy.
Ah, hell yeah, I'm the same. Do I have you on added on Xbox?
I'm not sure. Probably not. I don't think we've ever exchanged that.
Sugar. What I'll do so is I'll add you real quick.
Uh-huh.
What's your addy?
It should literally just be the same. I think I can just.
Yeah, no rush, no rush.
I think that's literally just my username right there. That should be it.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't have it on screen, don't worry.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked quite a bit before. I've talked on one of your videos, but if you want to like introduce yourself to the crew, work away.
Oh yeah, I can totally do that. Yeah. Hi, my name is Brosnick, or Brosnick43, whichever one you want to go with. I used to make Halo videos. I don't anymore. I have not made a video in a fat minute. I want to change that. So, but yeah.
Okay. I sent you a request there. What kind of pulled you away from Halo? Do you mind me asking?
Mostly just the community.
That's fair.
Sad to say. Yeah. Kind of got sick of it. Because, like, I used to do, like, a big thing where I would, like, interview random people in Halo games. And then I just, nah.
Yeah.
It got bad to the point where I just did not want to deal with it anymore, so I stopped.
I don't blame you.
Since then it's kind of left like a negative, like a bad taste in my mouth. But yeah.
Do you think you'll go ahead?
No, of course. Go ahead.
Are you gonna move towards another community, do you think?
I've been a part of the Doom community for a while, like especially with the new DLC that dropped. I wish it didn't have any PC trouble because I literally just got my PC back, so but I've been wanting to make videos on Doom for a while, so that's probably what I'm doing.
Nice.
No, the love for Halo still runs deep.
Oh, that's good. I'll run over quickly what the plan is here. So what I do is like the Halo Insanity Marathon, which is basically just like a match in every single map in the game. Now, before you go into a cold sweat, don't worry, it's one kill to win. So we're gonna fly through these.
Oh, okay. All right. Any other fun win cons?
No, that's generally it. I know Halo 4's Slayer thing is a little bit more complex. I just put it in normal Infinity Slayer. I didn't mess with the traits too much. So we'll have probably enough time to get a decent chat out while hopefully not camping too much.
Of course, yeah. That's always cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna link your stream as well in my own Discord.
Yeah.
I think that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, of course. I have a bit of a I feel weird about promoting my own stuff sometimes. But I think I've learned that I just have to kind of bite down and just go ahead and spam all those. Was it the shameless self promo channels that people have?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I don't have too much of an internet presence right now, so I've literally nothing to justify doing that myself.
Fair enough.
I want to change that. I want to change that.
Yeah.
Big changes.
So, yeah. So you're a big Doom guy. I've seen you play the Dark Ages. Like, you.
Oh yeah.
I still haven't gotten
yeah.
to. What's the DLC called?
It's called Revelations.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to that yet. But I loved the base game. I had a great time with the base game.
Oh yeah, I think Doom: The Dark Ages has a pretty solid formula, and it's a nice, interesting, like, I don't want to say like breakaway, but like, or even evolution. I would say it's like a different kind of Doom game entirely, which I feel like is my favorite kinds of game, like, as a whole. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Where does it rank next to the other two games from id? Like next to Doom 2016 and Eternal.
Base game is probably above 2016, behind Eternal. Revelations is above Eternal, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with Revelations.
Wait, is it like that much above the base game?
Oh yeah, it's like, you would think that just adding one new weapon wouldn't do much to change the game, but it changes the game so much.
Damn.
I mean, technically too, but like, you know, the spear is why everybody goes to the game. There's like a secret super shotgun that you can get.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But oh yeah, the spear completely overhauls the game entirely. Like apparently there's mods that backport it into the regular campaign.
Yeah.
Which I would like to try. I haven't modded the Dark Ages yet. I've played through a handful of Doom Eternal mods. Like probably the most infamous one was the Kaiser campaign.
Yeah, yeah.
It's supposedly like this super hard one that oops.
Alright.
It's supposedly like this super hard campaign overhaul mod, and I played it, and it did not disappoint. It was that difficult.
Damn. Is there anyone doing insane speed runs of it yet? Because I remember when Doom Eternal came out, there was that trick with the spin wheel or something. Like they would put like,
Oh yeah, like the slowdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, slowdown tech I think is all but non-existent now, because like in Doom 2016 it was like really bad. You could basically win, like once you got the BFG in Doom 2016, you basically never had to worry about a single boss fight for the rest of the game, because you could, if you use the weapon wheel, the BFG tendrils would still do like their full damage as if they hadn't like lost anything. Like they didn't lose any like damage or anything, so you could literally kill a boss with a single BFG shot.
Christ.
Yeah, and then Eternal, they kind of fixed some of that stuff, but there was still the speed tech. And as far as Dark Ages goes, I haven't seen anything like that, but it wouldn't surprise me now that the game's changed a little bit with the spear being added.
Yeah.
I can imagine those speedruns are going to be pretty fast.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I haven't even kept up with what the speedrun scene is like for Campaign Evolved, because I think some people are already giving that a fair go.
Yeah?
Yeah, like there's what's that name? There's that guy Garish Goblin who was like one of the more notable guys doing CE runs, and I thought he would be too disgusted by Campaign Evolved to want to even attempt it, but he's given it a few goes, so fair play to him.
That's pretty cool. I can respect that people still have oh come on.
I did not think I'd get that.
I didn't see the plastic grenade. But no, I didn't know that people were still even doing like Campaign Evolved stuff. I always imagined like the community view of it wasn't very good.
Yeah. I think
but it kind of warms my heart to see that people are still doing it.
Yeah, I think one side of the community went one direction, and then another side went the completely other way. And then there's like there's not a third direction, but there's a subset in the middle, which I think is the the PlayStation people that are just coming fresh into this, and you know that kind of, how do I say it? There's that period where there's a new game on the market and everyone's playing it or streaming it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, there's that kind of cool down happening with that. So it's very interesting seeing people kind of, and not, I don't want to say insert themselves into community, but come in through that angle and discover Halo that way, which I thought Halo's cultural relevance would have completely fallen off, but people do seem interested in at least learning a little bit about it and entering the franchise through that way.
Yeah, no, yeah, I can see that, and I feel like Halo has managed to stay relevant way longer than realistically it should have.
Yeah.
Because if I'm being completely honest, I don't even think that like I'm honestly surprised that the franchise as a whole has lasted this long.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of one of those people that has like this weird conspiracy about how like, oh, Microsoft has like secretly been trying to kill the game because Bungie pissed them off all those years ago.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the reason why like all of the changes and all of the decisions that they make as like franchise holders of the IP, like that's why they do like so many weird things that just make us as like, you know, gamers and players go like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it feels like they scrapped so much good from the 343 games. Now, I mean, I don't want to come off as like a 343 shill. Don't get me wrong. I think there's a lot wrong with these games, but there's still a lot that's like fun about them and good, and they're all like unique from each other. And I feel like that's kind of like a strong suit of Halo as a whole, is that not one Halo game plays like another.
Yeah.
Right? There's always going to be like a different kind of play style that you can choose to have in a Halo game. Be that like, you know, more like the run and gun style of like CE, something a little more tactical like Reach, and then something that's like a little bit more like kind of Call of Duty-esque, a little more arcadey like Halo 4 and Halo 3. I feel like there's a lot good that can be done with Halo.
Yeah, exactly.
That has been done with Halo, and I gotta give 343 their props. Like they can at least try something new. I will always respect them for that.
Yeah, I mean, the phrase I hear all the time is evolution, not revolution. You don't want to just recycle the same nonsense over and over.
Yeah.
What would be your favorite game in the entire franchise?
We're playing it.
Okay, cool. Damn, I lucked out on this one.
Yeah, I love Halo 4. I wish I was better at it.
Don't. It's early days. Don't worry. You could still kill me yet.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I love Halo 4. I love Halo 4's story, and I think it was kind of cool because it's one of the games in the franchise that makes the UNSC feel like larger than has been perceived before.
Okay.
Because every Halo game previous has always been like, oh, it's a single fleet of or it's like a single UNSC ship. It's like a single small fleet of UNSC ships. It's a single planet of defense. Halo 4 really makes you feel like you're on like a galactic scale, like exposition/war. You know, because like the Infinity is like the flagship of humanity, and it's the first game it's introduced in, right?
Yeah.
And like I loved so many parts of that. Like I thought it was really cool seeing the Infinity for the first time, being able to fight alongside like Spartans for the first time, like not like named Spartans, but like just Spartans as a soldier.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really cool.
It was interesting seeing Chief reunited with other. Well, I guess he has reunited with Blue Team off screen between the Halos, but it was cool seeing that. You know, when he meets Sarah Palmer for the first time.
Yeah, I mean they could have done her introduction a little bit better, but
sure.
I feel like they tried a little way too hard to make her like be like a Sergeant Johnson type of character, but instead they just kind of make her come off as like, you know, disrespectful or arrogant, because you know, like, this is the Master Chief you're talking to, you know. Like the reason why Johnson can be like that is because Johnson's been around. He knows, like he's been there.
Yeah.
Palmer, I mean, she's got the augments, cool, but like she hasn't been there.
Yeah.
So like I said, like I'm plenty fine admitting the faults in Halo 4, but like I mean, I still love this game to death, dude. I still play it from time to time.
Yeah.
And like I love like watching things. I love seeing Halo 4 machinimas. I love like playing Halo 4 mods and seeing all the cool stuff that, because this was the first Halo game that I played. I was like I don't even know how old I was. Definitely not old enough to be playing Halo, but that's for sure. But no, I mean, I love Halo 4 so much. It's like I love this game.
It's the first Halo I played since I got my Xbox. I was shit.
Well, at least it's the one kill, not one death.
I suppose, yeah. I Halo 4 was the first Halo I got since I got my Xbox. So I played CE when it came out, and I played Halo 2 at my cousins and Halo 3 at my friends and stuff. But I never had an Xbox until 2012, and
Yeah.
so I never had even played on Xbox Live either. And so my first experiences on Xbox Live were on Halo 4. So it was, I wouldn't say it was at the tail end of Xbox Live, but it was kind of, I was never on Xbox Live in its prime with like Halo 3 or Halo Reach or whatever you did on ODST, I guess. Um, Although, like, in fairness, there were communities still doing custom games and stuff, and I think with every Halo game that they did, every new one, they would improve the Forge drastically. Like, I don't think there's any Halo Forge that was inferior to the previous one. I think it got better with every game that they did.
I can agree with that. Yeah. Do I think that like it got more complicated as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think it became less of like a Gmod sandbox type deal and more like an actual like map editor, like Snap Map. Like yeah. And I had a lot of fun with it. My friend was pretty good at Halo 5's Forge map maker.
Yeah.
Which, you know, and that was kind of cool because I initially had plans to make a machinima in like 2023, but that never really got off the ground because I could never really get things to line up. And like I had like these like all these cool ideas with Halo Infinite's machinima, and then that was kind of like when Halo Infinite was starting to come back, like, you know, when they fired the guy and they got new people on the scene, started fixing stuff. And then like immediately afterwards, like the new year rolls around, and then I think after Mark 5 got added, or no, Mark 4 got added into the game, and then just the updates started just dropping off, both in quality and in content.
Right.
And then, you know, everybody was like, oh, Halo Infinite bad. And I think that's probably when I was like, dang, well, I can't do this anymore. And so, and like, I'm always like moving on to the next thing, I should say. That's not very good, especially if you're like a guy that does like serialized streams like I do. I do like where I play like games a part of like a series. Like I played through Hollow Knight, I played through Silksong, I played through, well, obviously the Doom games. Ironically enough, the games I haven't really played through are the Halo games. And I'm kind of like starting that with Campaign Evolved. I've played through like probably the first 2 missions, and then I played through the prequel missions, obviously. And I guess it's kind of like switched into like Campaign Evolved, but like,
yeah.
What did you think of it? So did you beat it?
Yeah, I beat it. I didn't actually purchase the game. I just did a month of Game Pass, so I decided just to kind of blitz through the game.
Oh yeah.
Get all
you're
the skulls.
Smarter than me for sure.
I didn't want to pay full retail for it, and it's not because of any kind of statement to Halo Studios or 343 is that I have no way of properly playing the game because I only have an Xbox One and my PC is on vastly outdated drivers, graphics cards, and there's no sensible way for me to have it natively. So I decided, look, I'll just play it on, because when I played the Dark Ages, I had to play that on cloud, and it was surprisingly good on cloud. So I decided we'll give Campaign Evolved a try on cloud, and it played good enough. I was happy enough with how it played.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's totally fair. Oh, wait a minute.
Shit! Fuck!
Come here. I would like to show you my cool weapon.
Fuck.
Where'd you go? There you go.
Fuck! Okay. That was fair.
First mistake, believing the railgun is an anti-vehicle weapon.
I know. It's barely even a weapon.
No! I love the railgun, don't say that! No,
Uh,
I think... yeah, as far as like playing it natively or on the cloud or, you know, whatever, I think I think that's fair. I mean, I probably have like slightly more ground to be, I guess, I don't know. I'm not really, I don't want to say I'm not upset with Halo Campaign Evolved. I'm just kind of not impressed. I think it was just kind of like, I was really hyped when like the initial idea came out, like, oh, another Halo, like, another Halo installment. This time they're gonna like, they're gonna do Combat Evolved again. They're gonna redo the story. There's gonna be new missions. I didn't think that the prequel missions were gonna be a part of like, you know, like a completely different story, essentially.
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be like, oh, there's gonna be 3 new missions added to the Combat Evolved story. I thought that was a really cool idea, because maybe we get to see some characters that, you know, that were mentioned in maybe the Flood novel that we didn't really get to see in game.
Yeah.
Or were added. All this cool lore that was added post Combat Evolved. We get to see a more cohesive, collective start of Halo.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really cool idea. And then as it got closer and closer, it's like, oh, there's gonna be paid for skins. So like, okay, you know, I'm not too upset at that. Doom did the same thing.
Yeah.
And like, I'm basically, so here's what I'm doing, right? I'm basing a lot of what Campaign Evolved is to the modern Doom games. Right? The modern Doom games don't really do multiplayer, and if they do, it's not usually like a big selling point of the game. Oh. I know that like it's different for the campaign Evolved games. Or for the Halo games, because obviously multiplayer is a huge part of those games. And you know, I could forgive that. And then it's like, okay, so these new 3 missions are not part of the story. They're taking place in a completely different point in time. And then it became like, the new weapons, well, one of them, really cool, you actually can't use it. It's only for the NPC. And then it's like, the skins, they don't show up in the cutscenes.
Yep.
And I'm like, why, you know, I could forgive them selling skins, because I get it, make that bag and all that, but you could at least have the decency to let them show up in cutscenes. Especially if you're gonna render the cutscenes in-engine. That doesn't make any sense.
Man. Once I saw in the, it wasn't in the announcement trailer, it was in one of the subsequent ones, I saw that there was like, because the game runs with like 60 frames or 80, whatever your system will cover, it'll do. But when I saw the fucking cutscenes running at like 30 frames of motion blur, and they looked super pre-rendered, I was like, oh fuck, they're doing this. And I remember telling people, dude, your skins will not show up in the cinematics. I'm telling you, they will not. I was trying to be the canary in the coal mine, but people would not fucking listen to it. And I felt the same way as you, because once I found out they were taking away theater mode, I was a little bit irked, but I thought, do you know what? If you're your cosmetics will at least show up in cutscene, that's good enough because
Yeah.
with Doom, wait, does the Dark Ages have photo mode?
They do. I don't know. I don't really mess around with that stuff, but I do know that the cutscenes are rendered in engine.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, they are. Yeah. Guys, that's
But
I would be happy just have in Doom Eternal. I was happy
Mhm.
enough with just having my armor in the cutscenes. I never paid for cosmetics or anything, but
yeah.
with photo mode for me was the icing on the cake. It would be naive for me to expect something like a theater mode in a Doom game, but
Right.
in Campaign Evolved, like it's like you said, are they actively trying to sabotage the franchise because they're stripping away things that make Halo Halo?
I know. It like yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I don't know, man.
Like that it's so confusing, especially when like other games like it's I hate doing this because it makes me sound like a neckbeard redditor of like, oh, Halo is so kill, and like I see people saying like, oh well, this game does Halo better than Halo, and I see that and I'm like, yeah. And there's like a interesting mod on Nexus right now that I've been messing around with a lot. I'm not sure if you play a lot of like Warhammer Space Marine 2.
I don't, but I have friends that do.
Yeah. Um,
Hey Shane.
there's a mod, huh?
Sorry, one of my friends was just commenting in the chat. I was just saying hi to Shane. Continue.
Oh, yeah. There's a mod for Space Marine 2 called the Sangheili Campaign, and it basically changes the models in Space Marine 2. It changes your Space Marine to be like an actual Halo Elite. And the crazy thing is, it works so unbelievably well.
I think I've seen that.
Like seeing elites in like kind of a melee centric shooter, I feel is like the bread and butter of the Sangheili from Halo.
Yeah.
And like it just shocks me because it looks so good. It's a mod. It's a mod for a game that came out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh.
'Cause-
And I look at Halo and just what the hell happened here?
Because the thing with the Space Marines is that they're hyper religious, like the Covenant, right?
Yeah.
It makes me realize, like, I think halfway through, well, I'm not gonna say halfway through, but I think it was 2018 or whatever when they brought back MCC with the PC port and the modding or whatever. It made me realize it made me consider the idea that Halo's future might be in the modding scene because I've played upwards of thousands of hours on MCC with mods, and I've played in the low hundreds on Infinite. And the funniest thing I noticed is that I think in the week before Campaign Evolved dropped, they were dropping the specs, the download requirements, the gameplay requirements, and they were putting in. They had a disclaimer about mods, which was basically, we don't support the use of mods there, lads. Cheers. Because you know that all they're going to do is people are just going to mod the game into a fucking playable state or a state that people will be happy playing it in.
Yeah.
And by the way, I didn't clarify this. I was happier with Campaign Evolved than I thought I would be. I was geared to absolutely hate its guts, but I thought the game looked good. I thought it played good. All the stuff in the prequel missions. Actually, I'm talking to the perfect person about this. When you were playing the fucking, I think it was out of the prequel missions, I think it was the first one. You know the training room where they're training the elites to like with the energy swords and stuff.
Yeah.
Did that look like heaven from Doom Eternal to you?
Like Urdak? Yeah. I
Yeah.
got crazy Urdak vibes.
Me too.
From the entirety of that. I literally made a joke about it in stream.
Mhm.
I was like, because the white and gold, I get it. White and gold does not instantly mean, Maker or Urdak.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, come on. It looked so familiar, and I was just like, did they borrow some assets from id or something? And all it really made me think of is like, man, oh man, I wish id Software was given like the ability to make a Halo game.
Right.
I know they would crush making a Halo game. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like even if it's like a Wolfenstein or maybe even like a classic Doom, Quake even. Hell, I might even take Rage, but like, you know, I feel like they need to stop being so stingy. Like Microsoft, I'm saying Microsoft
Yeah.
needs to stop being so stingy with Halo as an IP, because it's not Star Wars, right? It's not like this big grand IP that has, you know, everyone's favor. It's in like the public, you know, the public mind, and everybody's like, oh yeah, like Star Wars, Halo. I love Halo. Oh yeah, they're making a Halo game. Oh hell yeah, I want to play a Halo game. And it's just like it, like that kind of it just doesn't exist. Because like 343 have so much bad favor in the public eye.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many times I say, "Oh, I love this about Halo 4," or "I love this about Halo 5." I love Halo Infinite. It doesn't matter how many times I say that, because because every single time oops. Every single time like someone brings up Halo 4, it's always the Halo 4 bad, Halo 5 bad, Halo Infinite bad. And you can't really fault those people, because in the public eye, that is how people view Halo.
Yeah.
They just view it as kind of like a trashed on franchise with developers that messed up and don't really, and you know, it's kind of like I was having this discussion with my brother. Like we always like to talk about video games, whatever, and the discussion that we always like to bring up is like they need to actually like sit there and have time. And it's like you can delay a game for forever, but once a game is bad, it's bad forever. Right? It doesn't matter how many times you fix it. It's going to be a bad game in the public eye forever, right? Aside from maybe what is it? No Man's Sky. I think those guys are fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
They did an alright job. They're the only exception to this rule. But I had this talk with them, and it kind of makes you wonder, just like development hell. I always hear that phrase like being used to describe modern Halo, and at the same time, I agree with it. Right? It is like it's always, you know, kind of a shitty situation all around when you see people, you know, getting mistreated or things happening behind the scenes that we don't know about as consumers, because, you know, that we're not privy to that information.
Good point.
And then at the same time, all we're seeing is a product that's just getting delayed, or, you know, missteps happening, creative decisions not lining up. And, you know, I can forgive all that, but at the end of the day, it is still going to make a subpar product that people don't want to indulge in, you know?
Yeah. It's rough. I would wait twice, 3 times the duration for a new game if it meant that employees weren't being mistreated and such.
Yeah.
I've gone back and forth on my feelings about GTA 6, because it's taken 50 years to come out, and now we're talking about a game that's not going to be released physically, as I understand it, and it's having a deep dive being screened on Netflix. I don't know what this is going to mean, because I think was it GTA 5 was one of the biggest launches in media history, and I don't like the bar being set there, because I feel like there's very few. Well, actually, no. I was going to say the games industry is the most greedy, but it's part and parcel with the film industry when you think about stuff you subscribe for being withdrawn after a while. I don't trust Rockstar enough to not make GTA Online a subscription-based service, not a pay, or was it? Like, they have a premium version and then they have your standard version. I don't trust that a certain percentage of the game is going to be locked behind a pay gate, Back 10, 15 years ago, people would say you're paranoid or cynical. I feel like cynicism protects your wallet in this day and age.
Yeah, and that sucks because you really do want to like indulge, like you really do want to support the developers, and you really do want to like, support an IP that you love. But after how many times can you say it's okay? You'll get them next time, champ. And then they don't. Indeed, they do not in fact get them next time. They get you next time. You get got.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I'm kind of that way now with Halo. I've always been the kind of person that says, just bend it for the doubt, look for the diamonds in the rough, and you'll find something you'll like. And like,
Ah, fuck. Not quick on the draw.
like look through the diamonds in the rough, you'll find something good, and I do that, and then I get got, right? Or I tell somebody like, hey, you should get this game, and then they're like, okay, I'll get this game, and then the game ends up not being what they expected, or even what I told them it was. And then now I look like, I just lied to them. And I think the roughest part about that, like, regarding Halo, is that, like, you can't really be mad at the people who hate the game or hate the IP. But at the same time, like, you can't also like fully agree with them, because you know that this franchise can be good. You know that they can do good stuff. You know that they have done good stuff, so you know that they can do better.
Yeah.
And then they're just the people that are like, oh, I'm never buying a Halo game ever again. And, it's just, okay, I guess, cool. Whatever floats your boat. Yeah. I do love Halo as a franchise. I do love this game a lot. But I feel like in recent years, I can't help but think about like I said, going back to the conspiracy of Microsoft sabotaging Halo because Bungie pissed them off all those years ago. Because from what I can tell, Bungie and Microsoft's partnership was just that, a partnership. Neither of them liked each other all that much. Because they were always constantly bickering over deadlines and what content could go in the game, and obviously Bungie were very stingy about their IP, and they didn't really like doing, or they didn't really like sharing it much. Like, yeah, there were a couple of Halo collabs, but it seemed like an IP that they really wanted to keep to themselves, for themselves. And Microsoft's like, oh, but think of all the cool stuff we could do. And then Bungie's like, no, we're not going to do that because this is our franchise, this is our baby, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, in the modern day, right, after Bungie's gone and stuff, Microsoft is like, no, we're not doing anything cool with Halo because Halo's a Spartan story, and we need the Master Chief and Joy and, more Marines. Give me more Marines. It's kind of ironic them saying, like, Halo's a Spartan story, and then at the same time not including any other Spartans in Halo aside from Chief.
Yeah.
And I don't even count, like, the multiplayer stuff, because multiplayer has always been its own thing.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, an actual Spartan in, like, a mainline Halo game. We don't really get those. Like Red Team are probably they are my favorite characters in Halo, actually. I will say that outright. Jerome is my favorite character in Halo. I love that guy. He's so cool.
Yeah.
And I feel like if they were to ever have anybody take over the Master Chief, it should be him. Because, I mean, it makes sense, like, a lot. Like, logistically wise, Jerome's voice actor is, like, fairly inexpensive, so it wouldn't be like, they have a celebrity guest actor in the game like they did with Halo 2. Because a lot of Halo 2, I'm sure were, like, super well known. Like, you had Ron Perlman and
oh yeah,
Yeah, you had like a lot of people that were in Halo 2. And then like Halo Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if they're gonna stick with this like, Spartan story nonsense, give us more Spartans. Like I love the Chief, but at some point you gotta realize like Steve Downes isn't gonna be doing this forever.
Yeah.
So you gotta find somebody, and I don't want just like another generic, bombastic, you know, oh I'm cool because this kind of character. I want somebody that actually like kind of embodies the Chief spiritually, and I feel like Jerome does that pretty well. I wouldn't even say like the other Spartans on Red Team, because you know they're too fundamentally different from Chief. I feel like Jerome is probably the only one that kind of embodies that like level-headedness, that cool, calm demeanor, and he's not like as action hero-y in terms of dialogue. I know Chief isn't really. Oh, Chief isn't like that anymore. He was kind of like that in Halo 2, and then they toned it down for Halo 3, and then they went in a completely different direction. Well, yeah, we're gonna have a gun to fight.
Okay, I forgot my controls.
Gonna fight!
Okay, I used my things too early. Did we step at the same time?
We did.
Oh,
It was like
fuck.
Iron Man.
Damn. What did you think of Locke?
Spartan Locke?
Mm.
I thought he was just kind of. I feel like if it were different circumstances, I probably would like him a lot more, and I feel like that's probably like a consensus that a lot of other people would have. Because you know, think about it this way, right? If I just told you like, hey, so we're doing a new Halo game, and it's about an Oni agent or an ex-Oni agent that is now a Spartan, and he does undercover espionage missions. That sounds pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Like if you told me that was gonna be the next Halo game, I'd be like, well, shit, where do I buy it? You know? But having that character, that kind of character, in a story like Halo 5, probably killed everybody's like idea of a character like that again.
Right.
And that's just kind of like Halo's writing as a whole. I probably have a bigger issue with rather than like Locke. I do like Locke as a character concept. I feel like they just did not use him good at all, and because of that, you know, now nobody likes Locke and nobody likes Halo 5.
Ah.
So I feel like if they brought Locke back in like an alternate timeline or something, you know, and they kind of like actually did it as like, you know, a Halo game where you're literally just a guy and you're on some secret mission, even like Insurrectionists or like Covey, Banished, whatever, and you're playing as a lone Spartan.
Yeah.
I feel like that'd be kind of cool, right? You know, we're not unused to that. We're not unused to that because, you know, the headhunters have been a thing in Halo canon for, you know, for years, right?
Yeah.
And those guys are pretty cool. They're like, that's probably like one of the most like popular forms of Halo extended media outside of like, you know, the prototype suit.
Yeah.
And those were Spartan 3s. Like, you very easily could do something cool like that. You know? But like I said, 343 never really wants to do anything cool. Microsoft, I have a feeling, does not let them do anything cool.
Yeah.
Actually, isn't it true that they like tried to get a Helldivers? I don't believe them when they say that though. But I know like they said like, oh, we wanted to do a Helldivers style game, but Microsoft don't want us to do that.
I'd believe it as much as anything else at this point.
Yeah.
There was I have this bad memory where I keep conflating fan fan art with official art, but I saw I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that it was fan art, but you know the way in Halo Infinite, it's not Hyperius. It's one of the brute brothers that you fight on Zeta Halo. They have Locke's helmet on his shoulder, and a lot of
Yeah,
people,
and
yeah, people
yeah,
took it to mean like, oh, is Locke death? But he could have just taken off the helmet. So because there's like audio logs of people stranded on Zeta Halo, someone had done concept art of Locke stranded on Zeta Halo, and it was. I'd have to say I didn't have necessarily any particular problems with the character of Locke, but it's like they got the
yeah,
cool dial and turned it up, and they made it look like that he had been living on what was it, on Zeta Halo for like a year or something, where
yeah.
his hair had grown out and he had like put it into like dreadlocks. He had a beard. He was kind of like do you know in the Infinite episodic stuff you had oh, it was those, there was that Spartan who had like trauma from the Banished. He was like the Asian
Oh,
guy,
like
Kai or
yeah,
something.
like the wolf dude,
Yeah,
wolf
him.
guy,
Yeah,
furry dude.
yeah, he looked like him, where he had like cloth and rags around his armor. He looked like an edgy OC, but like I feel like what's his name? Locke needed a bit of that because he was very cut and dry in Halo 5.
I think so too, and it would have been an interesting place to take his character, like putting somebody who's like, supposedly seen as this like Boy Scout, you know, where I'm taking you in kind of person, and
Yeah.
then completely changing him to be more of like a survivalist. I don't. It kind of parodies like like Captain America,
Yeah.
towards like the middle part of Civil War. Hold on just a second.
Yeah. I'll wait until he comes back so I don't get any unfair kills. I will not budge until.
Give me 1 second, Derelict.
Yeah, yeah. I'll stay put. Stay exactly where I am. I love you, Shane, and I miss you. I feel like Jemison Locke got a raw deal, and I think the guy who voiced him in the game is the same guy who acted as him in Halo Nightfall. I was talking to a friend of mine about Halo Nightfall during the week, and I heard the moment that project got announced, and I was desperate to work on that show because they shot some of it in Ireland. They uh, they shot it up in Belfast in the Titanic Quarter, which, like, if you don't know, Titanic was built up in Belfast and then they shipped it down to Ireland. Um, and the R&H Hall, I believe, is where it was built. So the buildings that they have up in Belfast for the Titanic Quarter are like fairly futuristic. So they used that for one of the uh, cities because there's like a terrorist attack at the start of Nightfall. Spoilers for something that's like a decade old, and it's funny because that was shot in Belfast. And if you play Halo Wars, there's a mission I think maybe 3 or 4 missions into the game where you have to defend the city of Arcadia, and there's a ship called the UNSC Belfast, which is, I don't know, there's not a direct connection there, but it's curious that there's a strong Belfast connection in Halo.
Okay.
Hey.
All right, there we go. What's up? What I missed?
I was just talking about Halo Nightfall. A friend of mine isn't necessarily a Halo fan, but he saw Nightfall being sold on Blu-ray or something in a shop, and he was It was super cheap. It was like €2 or something. So he was wondering if it was worth watching. I didn't really have any strong feelings on it either way, but I was explaining. It was the thing they put out before Halo 5, like the thing that explains Locke's background.
Oh, yeah, that's the one with like the weird hunter worms, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. I remember that.
I was
I remember watching that movie with my dad. That's such a weird memory to have.
I think part of it was like promoting Halo 5, and then the other part of it was promoting Halo Channel when they were getting that going.
Yeah.
And if you watched all of Nightfall, you unlocked the Nightfall armor, which I believe was just ODST for Halo 5, I believe. Not what's his name? What's his Nathan fucking Fillion's character? Buck. Yeah. Fucking sticky. But I was desperate to work on what was it, Nightfall, because they shot some of it here, and I was so excited to hear. Oh, it's like, oh my god, they're shooting some of it in Ireland, and they shot it up in Belfast, up in the Titanic Quarter, which is a small part of the city that's dedicated to the history of the Titanic. Which is definitely a reference to Halo because it's a sinking ship, but there is another like connection to Halo through Belfast, which is in the first Halo Wars. I think like 3 or 4 missions in, there's some mission where you have to like protect civilian evacs on the planet of Arcadia.
Oh gosh, not that. Yeah.
Yeah.
PTSD from that, pal. I've been like silently grinding Halo Wars on Legendary.
Nice.
And I hate that mission so much.
Yeah. There's a UNSC Belfast in that mission, and it always kind of stuck in my head because you recognize a name or a word, and then you just never let it go. I was like, oh, Belfast! There's a UNSC Belfast, sir, in We Halo Wars. I sometimes, like, when I tell Americans about Belfast, they go into a cold sweat because they don't know how to like navigate the north situation. But I say the same thing to all people, like especially people not from Ireland or Europe. If you're in Ireland, go to the north, go to Belfast. They have a great museum on the Troubles. It's super tasteful, it's super fair to both sides, and it's a beautiful city. Northern Ireland has beautiful cities between Belfast, Derry, wherever else you want to go. I don't like people who treat Northern Ireland like a kind of like a boogeyman place.
Yeah.
Wait, wait, what's Celtic saying? Stop using the chat cheat code. You son of a beaver. I can't swear in front of Celtic. Yeah, I can't swear in front of Celtic. It's against his religion.
Oh no. What is he, a no-swearian?
Yeah, he's a no-swearian, born and raised.
Oh dear.
I forgot you had lock on with the rockets.
Oh, give me some. Line me up. Line me up. Oh no.
Why am I just used to
I always get
turrets?
so worried whenever I see the shield pop up.
Ah! Okay.
Gotcha. Like running over roadkill.
Well, now we're neck and
Never
neck.
run over anything.
No,
How about that?
no swearian witness.
No swearing witness. Yes.
I'll never forget when Celtic first came to my door. He used his Delta voice. He voices a character called Delta in a very heavily acclaimed web series called Oneself, and he was like, "No, derelict, do you not like swearing?" I was like, all right, kind of cringe, but whatever.
Oh man, I remember seeing like a handful of the episodes of oneself, and then I haven't really watched anything. I'm gonna rewatch it. I'm gonna rewatch it again. You've convinced me.
Well, listen, if you haven't watched much of it, that's fine, because the director hasn't made much of it.
I think I've only ever seen like one or two things. So
It's tough because he. It's like when I first watched Game of Thrones, I watched Game of Thrones just after season 6 ended, and I had
yeah,
people telling me, "Oh, dude, just stick with it, stick with it. I know it's a slow burn." I was fine with season 1 because I knew that they were setting up stuff, so it didn't bother me that much. Um, and then I watched season 7 as it came out, and then I watched season 8 as it came out. Um, but like if you can get past the first episode of oneself, because
yeah,
oneself, it's an acquired taste, and if you can get past how the show handles everything, it'll be
yeah,
much easier for you. But I don't think less of people who can't get into it. It's hard for people who aren't into machinima to get it. It's slightly
yeah.
easier for people who are are into machinima.
Yeah. Oh man, I love machinima so much. Like the concept of it is so cool to me. Just I don't know. I think it's because I've always been more into like the creative storytelling stuff. Like if you sat me in front of a TV and told me, "Hey, watch this TV show," I'm gonna be like, "No, I'd rather go do something else." But if it's like, "Hey, it's like 1 in the morning. You gotta be up in 4 hours. Watch this machinima series." I'll be like, "Sir, I'll have a written report come dawn." I love machinima so much, and I honestly wish I wish I was as like talented to make something like machinima. Like I said, I've tried. I've tried once, and then I've tried a handful of times otherwise. And I guess it's kind of like the idea of like, when I interviewed people for the Halo Machinima video I made a while ago, one of the ideas or the comments that I'd gotten was like it's kind of like banging action figures together
Yeah.
and just kind of like making up the story as you go.
Mm.
And I love that because it makes it feel way more raw
Oh,
as like as like a storytelling medium.
yeah, that's fair. I don't worry about having talent. I can promise you that talent isn't the operative thing there. I'm going to speak for myself and Flick, and I have the leverage to bully Flick. I have it in writing. Uh,
Oh,
what Celtic says, derelict has seen oneself multiple times in its entirety, but not watched not watched Lord of the Rings once. Flick equals superior to Peter Jackson. That's actually true.
absolute cinema. You can't argue with that.
And it's funny because so much of oneself is inspired by Lord of the Rings as well. I'm serious. I'm 100% serious.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like the first episode or two of oneself, it's just
Yeah.
stealing. He literally uses the Lord of the Rings soundtrack with like no hesitation.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Uh,
I didn't think about that.
yeah, he also uses the Game of Thrones soundtrack with no hesitation. Like there's so many, I don't want to say tasteless, but so much shameless use of other tropes from other shows and stuff. It's hilarious. But like I Celtic should know about this. Flick knows about this for sure. I wrote a video essay about oneself a long time ago, and a lot of it was based on the idea that it subverts people's expectations of what a machinima should be, because whether it's intentional or not, it kind of holds a mirror up to what Halo Machinima has been up to that point and makes fun of it.
Yeah.
Now, I brought that to Flick, and Flick was like, okay, well, I don't know about that, but okay. Um, I don't know, I I now have to revise. I don't think I'll ever make that video essay because Flick is just not making the show. I mean, there's supposed to be a new episode coming out in 2 hours, and I have €60 on Paddy Power saying that nothing comes out and the house always wins.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, it's like there's so many tropes of machinima that get put into oneself that get tossed out again, and it's very it's entertaining to watch because there's no episode where you will know what's about to happen next. And me and Celtic both work on the show. Celtic oversees a lot of the animation. I'm usually just like an auxiliary producer, so whatever is not being covered, I'll tap in and do. Me and Celtic have because in with respect to Flick, he took a sabbatical of like 5 years from the show and the internet, and in that time, people had like leaked scripts and stuff, and I don't blame the people who leaked the scripts, but I also don't blame Flick for now being ultra protective of his, I guess, his storytelling or what he wanted to tell with the show. But
Yeah.
the good thing is that when a show goes away for a while, you might because fuck when oh yeah, and that counts because you shot me. So when Flick went, or sorry, was it Pluribus and Severance? They're gone for like years now. There's going to be at least 2 years between seasons. People might be worried, is the iron not going to be hot anymore when they come back? Is there going to be, are people going to care anymore? The good thing is that when oneself came back, it hadn't skipped a beat. The only change that happened was that the visual quality had like come up a notch, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how this is going to turn out because this is a template, but we'll see how it happens, how this works.
I'll strike.
Yeah. Oh, what does Celtic say? I work down the hall from Flick to make sure he doesn't go over his daily screen time. That's right. I've omitted the fact that me, Celtic, and Flick live together. We bought a house. Celtic will know. I think it was like a year and a half ago or 2.5 years ago, and we basically done it up like a machinima studio. We did a house tour, I think, at the start of the year, but it's like it sounds ludicrous to build a house with the purposes of using it for machinima, but we tried to build it up and around like a normal, like not a YouTube studio, but like a film studio almost.
Yeah.
And yeah, Celtic. I'll give Celtic some credit. He's kept better care of the place than I have. Looking after Flick is like looking after a large toddler. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Like Flick will do a lot of mocap during the week with Blizz. Celtic is usually just like knuckling down on whatever he needs to work on, and then I'm just doing admin. It's a headache, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So is it kind of like a? So do you use that for your stuff too?
Yeah. It's like a shared venture because what I'll do sometimes.
Cool.
Yeah. What I'll do during the week is sometimes I might do some freelance work. So, oh, we're doing a dogfight.
I guess so. The cards are on the table.
Oh, and we're neck and neck. Oh, do a barrel roll. Oh, I don't feel confident there. Dude, oh, the roll on this is so bad.
It's like a swan dance. Watching two beautiful birds fly around.
And one burst into flames.
That's the finale.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna get close. We're both smoking. Oh! Oh, I thought one of us died there. Shit. Where is he?
Oh no.
Oh, he's smoking. Oh. Derelict started labeling my food as his food. Flick just eats the labels. Yeah, like we had to we had to keep that on an even keel because Flick has Pika, which is like he just eats whatever he sees.
Yeah.
Celtic is more of a caretaker to him. I'm more like I don't know, like a nagging ant or something. But yeah, we use it for all of our own stuff. So Celtic will do like his Minecraft videos during the week. Um, I'll usually make freelance stuff with what is it? I'll I'll make freelance stuff with Blender or like edit stuff, and then Flick will sometimes like drool into a bowl.
That's fair.
Uh, so it's we kind of we're done the Insanity Marathon now. If you'll give me a quick moment, I don't know if you have much more time, but I'm gonna make.
Oh no, I've got nothing but time today, friend.
Okay, so I guess you can chinwag with Celtic in the chat. I'm just gonna make a quick bathroom break, but I'll be right back.
Oh sweet. Okay. I don't really know what to say.
I'll be right back.
I get a little nervous.
You're fine. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Perfect.
Wait.
I don't know how much longer. What?
Wait. Oh my God, Derek, Flick ran in my office and typed that. Sorry, man. Celtic. Hey, Celtic. What have I told you about keeping him out of your office?
Oh dear.
Hang on. Hey, sorry. I told you to put that lock in last week. I don't care. Dude, we're not having this talk again. Sorry about that. Now, Celtic usually like he's tuning in from the other room, and Flick will sometimes run around in his slippers and stuff, and he'll just like, look, it's a whole thing, and we're struggling to make ends meet here, and I wish Celtic would probably treat this subject with the severity that it has, because the last time Flick made like a fucking, what was it? Have you ever watched the show Home Improvement with Tim Allen?
I've seen a few clips.
Yeah, so
I played the game.
Yeah. Okay, the game, yeah. So he basically joined a fan club for that, and they had like a monthly subscription, and you pay like something it was something like $60 or $70 a month, and basically you got like a T-shirt, and you got like somehow he got a fucking adult pacifier and everything, and it was.
Oh my gosh.
And the thing is, right, I hate throwing Celtic under the bus on stream, but like, you were the one that was home when that happened. I was on a business trip. We were trying to get like fucking, what was it, sponsors for the channel, because me Celtic and Flick, if you put our channels together, we wouldn't even cross the threshold. Well, I was going to say it was a threshold for 1,000 subs, but now it's been raised again. So we have to somehow keep the lights on, and our freelance work is not cutting it. Celtic was put in charge of Flick, and before I know it, Flick is sucking on a fucking plank of wood and talking about how I don't have the right tools to make a table. So, Celtic, I mean, I wanted to keep this off stream, but like if that happens again, I'm gonna have to hire a nanny, and that's going into the rainy day funds. I'm gonna leave it
Oh
there.
dear.
I'm not going to. That's the rainy day fund gone anyway.
I hate when mom and dad fight.
Yeah, I know. Celtic's a good guy. Otherwise, like I would say, wait, what? Campaign does not support crossplay. Oh, are you on PC? Never mind.
I am on PC.
Okay, well that's not PC. of
Wait,
you.
seriously?
Yeah, it doesn't do crossplay. It's fine.
What?
Do you know what? I should have gone on PC. Celtic. I was playing Minecraft. I left the radio on for Flick, so he did. You left the radio on. That's such a fucking cop out, Celtic. Use the webcam. It's there for a reason. I literally put foam on it so he wouldn't hit his head off of it. And you're telling me that you couldn't keep an eye on him for like. I was like 6 hours. I took the first flight into Gatwick. I took the first flight out again. And you're telling me that you couldn't keep an eye on him? Man, Celtic, I don't know, man. I don't know. Here, we did the nonsense that I wanted to do, so I'm gonna throw you in the lead.
Okay.
But that was the Insanity Marathon. It's just a nice way to kind of have. It's like a nice way to chat with folks while we flick through all the games.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah, it wasn't half as painful as you thought. We got through it quickly.
No, yeah. I mean, it was great. I really enjoyed my time. It was nice talking about like Halo and just random topics. It was pretty chill. I like that a lot.
It's fluid.
Yeah.
But like, we talked about Red versus Blue on your video, but like.
Oh yes, we did.
We did, and obviously you can't really understate how important Red versus Blue is to like the general machinima scene. But
yeah,
what other series do you tune into, or what other? You can even like broaden it to web series. Like, what other stuff has been influential to you?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so obviously the thing that like really reignited my interest in machinima as a whole was Crash. I know it's probably like. It's like the MCU of Halo machinimas right now.
Right.
It's just like, I'm only saying that because it's popular. No. I mean, Boomerang deserves all the recognition he got, and he was really, really humble and cool when I talked to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Crash was like definitely the biggest thing I would say in recent memory that got me back into machinimas. And again, remembering something a little bit ago. Back in like 2018, 2019, there was this like channel or like collection of channels that actually did Fortnite machinimas. I know, dreaded Fortnite, but they had like this whole overarching story about like, you know, the gods and all this other crap. And like, I would say probably from like, you know, that late 2018 to 2019 storyline, that was really interesting. Because they had like an actual story that was unfolding that kind of worked in line in tandem with Fortnite's story, but like they never like it was probably like Red versus Blue in a way that was just it was its own thing, but it was still kind of like loosely going along with the story at hand. And then like Red versus Blue, it just completely devolved into nonsense after the 0 Point stuff happened with Fortnite and
yeah.
Now, honestly, Fortnite's story is kind of falling apart because I think they're doing Sonic this season.
They are, yeah.
Well, it's not the worst look for Sonic I've seen on the internet, so
that's fair.
Yeah, you could do worse. But yeah, like Newscape Pro was like one of the big machinima YouTube studio YouTubers that I watched in like 2018, 2019. That's kind of what kept my interest in like the medium alive.
Yeah.
And then when I was younger, it was also like a lot of like, you know, there was like a whole bunch of like Arby and the Chief clones because they use the same kind of like Microsoft text-to-speech models and stuff.
Yeah.
I remember watching a lot of those as well. But no, even like now, I still like checking in on, you know, what everybody has to offer. I like checking in on you every now and then. I like checking in on Moonlight Ninja and Slimed Artist and them. I like checking in on everybody, and I still like barely in contact with what is it, Spiral Big Boy. He's pretty cool. Like we have like a whole series that I still have to edit. It's not like a machinima series or anything. It's but I'm kind of curious to see what he's up to. He's like a pretty cool dude. And obviously, I know, did you ever, I don't know if you ever finished the prom night.
Yeah,
did you?
the prom night thing came out just under a year ago, and it had depending on who you ask, it had a kind of a Marmite reaction, where some people hated it and some people think it belonged on the edge of a knife.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's one of the better videos that I've made. It's the last proper video I've made on my channel, which is kind of bad because there's other stuff I want to get out and get made, but life as it happens, and my work schedule has been doing unspeakable things to me.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I know. What was it? What was the other thing you were working on? Because I remember I did work for another one of your machinimas now.
I think I'm doing a guide to making machinima, like an updated one.
Ah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I was also thinking about too.
That one is still being worked on, despite what people may think. Me and Celtic, because me and Celtic are both animators. So for oneself, we have like a live stream show that we call Inside Oneself, where basically we'll like, it's kind of like every frame of painting.
Yeah,
or
I've tuned into that too. Isn't that where like you kind of do like director commentary?
Yeah,
or...
and like that, you could do that. Like, I've done that for my own videos, but Flick's content is more entertaining than mine. Flick is a more entertaining person than I, and what we've done is we've kind of taken the format. Like, initially when we started doing the live stream, it would just be like I like doing the, I don't know what you call them, the vanity screens or whatever, like the stream starting soon, be right back, thanks for watching kind of meme. Now we've gone into the stage where we do like a like The Office, we do a cold open sketch, and then we might do an announcement at the end. Because me and Celtic have like worked on animations and stuff for Inside Oneself, it's been over a year since the last episode of the main show, so we can't do episode 16 of Inside Oneself until episode 16 of Oneself comes out. So I have between me and Celtic, we have roughly 30 to 40 minutes of unseen material that we'll finally be able to release next month when we do Inside Oneself, provided episode 16 drops tonight, because it's stuff that, like, it's machinima, it's animation, it's a little bit of something different, and it's been aching me and Celtic to not share it because it's really funny, and some of it's actually I'll speak for Celtic, it's well made. My stuff isn't well made, but it's at least fun to watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's cool. I think that's
But my stuff is going, like, sometimes, you know, when you make a project and then you have to sit on it for a while, you worry if it'll lose its relevance, or that the cultural moment will be gone. Like, what's a good example? If you made like, there was a machinima that I was writing for Inside Oneself that was a parody of Fantastic Four, and it had it was like four characters from Oneself that had they were the characters from the Fantastic Four, and then we had Doctor Doom in there, and we called him it was Dr. Coom or Dr. Goon, and because Fantastic Four First Steps came out like a year or two ago, the cultural moment has kind of left for that, and that cultural moment only comes back on December when Doomsday comes out. But one of the things that has been finished for the next Inside Oneself is a parody of To Catch a Predator, and and it's called To Catch a Machinimator, and it's because we usually do, like, when it comes to new episodes of Oneself, we usually wait like a month or so to do a new episode. So there's that Primetime movie coming out next month, the one with Robert Pattinson playing Chris Hansen, so that'll click very well. And that's mostly the machinima aspect. The rest of everything's like animated. Now, Celtic is trying to glaze me in the chat, but Celtic is like, oh shit, hang on, my mic is fucked. Celtic is better at like freehand animation. everything I do is just like taken from Mixamo because I'm lazy. But
Mm-hmm.
it's my intention, because I've moved a lot in the last few weeks. It's my intention that once I settle where I'm living, uh, I want to learn After Effects. I want to learn Touch Designer, and I might want to actually learn Blender instead of just LARPing as someone who can use Blender.
Yeah. Yeah. That, I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, you definitely got like, yeah, like from what I can tell, you guys just have like so much cooler stuff cooking in the oven than what I personally have, or even think about doing. Like, realistically, a lot of my free time for videos has just kind of disappeared, and I try to figure out how to make it work. Doesn't always work, but yeah, I'm still trying. I'm still trying.
With the
I think like, especially in more creative avenues, I can't say anything. I can't say anything about this because my friend will kill me. But it's me and another friend. We're working on something. That's like in a very early stage of concepts.
Okay.
And I remember when I was working with him. He's like, "Dude, I'm gonna be so for real. You gotta go to school for this stuff." And I was like, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Yeah, because we're gonna like you need to like get some. You need to actually like get skills. So like take a course, take something." And I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna do that." And so right now I'm taking courses in both like animation and drawing. I guess surprise for anybody from my viewers that are watching, but like that is kind of what I'm doing. That's another thing is like I've also started like a new job, and I've been trying to rebuild a lot, especially like with the PC stuff. My PC has kind of had issues for a while now, and to fix a PC, I don't know if anybody said this before, but you need money, and so I had to get money some way somehow. And so that's why I'm working a new job. That's why I've got like classes brewing, and I want to say something. I'm hoping I'll have like something to like formally announce by the end of this year. I'm not entirely sure. But as far as like my regular YouTube stuff, it is like I am starting to take that a little more seriously again. So,
I hope you don't put yourself down too much, because me, when it comes to like what we do, we have the benefit of, I mean, you mentioned yourself and a friend and stuff. We have the benefit of like, we're team, but we find ways of having a Venn diagram of where our personal work overlaps with like the group work.
yeah,
Celtic is a really good example of where he's been cooking at animation for a decade plus. Celtic
Yeah.
is saying here, bros, that's awesome. I assure you, before you even finish your classes, you are 10 times more professional than the entire cast of oneself. It's fun.
Oh.
You're gonna take that as flattery, but like the 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 thing about oneself is that it's a sum of its pieces, and that
Yeah.
like because it's a machinima, there's a lot of voice actors in there.
Mhm.
Very few of us
Yeah.
have voice acting experience, and we're just in it. So few of us have animating
Yeah.
experience, and we're just in it. And
Yeah.
we built our skills off of what we made, and that's the nice
Yeah.
thing about it, because the the traditional industry doesn't necessarily view machinima as a legitimate art form, but that's nice
Yeah.
because you can make it and make it nice later. Um,
Yeah.
Celtic has, out of all of us, he's put the most time into YouTube. Like, he made a machinima series called Honor Guard and Drill Squad, like
Mhm.
close on to 20 years ago. So he's been making
Yeah.
machinima. Well, I was gonna say before I was born, but me and Celtic really aren't that far apart in age. But
Mm.
he loves making the age jokes about how old he is, but he's not that much older than me. But
Well, he can make those with me. I'm pretty young.
yeah, I'm right in the middle, and
Mm.
the thing about Celtic is that he does have an appreciation for the art, and he's early to a lot of things. Like, he was doing the Blender stuff very early. Like, I built the PC that I use for streaming is a PC that I didn't build it. I had a friend spec build it for me during the pandemic, and then
Yeah.
because there was nothing to do during the pandemic, I taught myself Blender. And the I don't know if Celtic has done this, but I think I'm one of the only people to exist that learned Blender not by building the donut.
Mm.
And the gag there is that most people, when they learn Blender, they'll do a tutorial, and the tutorial will teach them how to render like a donut in Blender. Um,
Yeah.
the way I learned Blender was by going into the Halo archive, ripping the assets, and just learning how to like put whatever permutations on them, whatever color you want, and doing freelance commissions for people like posters and thumbnails and shit.
Yeah. No, that's really cool.
It's just teaching yourself to do something as you do it, like not worrying about knowing how to do it, just figuring it out as you go. And in fairness to Flick, it's the one thing because I already knew how to like make films, and I already had worked on a lot of films before I started making machinima. Flick didn't know anything about it, and he still went for it. And Flick has this bravery that I think a lot of us in the machinima space don't have, which is I don't mean as an insult, but Flick isn't burdened by being worried about if something is good or ready or if the sound levels are right. He just puts it out, and I missed that part of my life where I was fearless in the shit that I made.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's totally true. What kind of animation am I gonna study? I think I'm going into 2D. Because I guess I'll explain a little bit. But yeah, the series that we want to do is going to be a 2D animation based series. It's I'm trying to like say stuff without like saying too much, because obviously I don't want to make it seem like it's more put together than it is, because right now we're just in a very rough concept states. I'm busy. He's very busy because he actually works as like a concept artist for a company, like in graphic design and stuff. And so like he's got like way more experience than I do when it comes to like, you know, knowing art. He doesn't really do a whole lot of animation. And like part of like when I told him like, hey, we should do this, like we should actually do this because, you know, I really want this to be a thing. And he's like, if you really want this to be a thing, you've got to make sure you actually want it. And I said, you know what? You're totally right. Because I have like a whole bunch of problems with like not like feeling like starting something and then feeling like my heart's not in it. And then I get a little, what is it? A little paranoid. And then, you know, then I don't feel that much interest in doing it anymore. So I don't do it anymore. And that's kind of a problem that I have. And like this year, especially, it's been bad because now it feels like I have like a lot of outside factors that are preventing me from doing that. And like I've just barely started to like get the balance down, get the work onto it. And like, of course, like life loves throwing curveballs at me, because the second I got my PC completely rebuilt, my car decided to just explode and I've had to fix my car. And like it just kind of kept going like one thing after another, one thing after another. But like I roll with the punches, right? You know, life's not worth living if it's not worth struggling for. And so that's kind of the vibes that I live off of. It's a little insane, but I kind of thrive in those environments. And I keep, you know, I just want to keep going, you know. That's kind of the vibe like I want to have as a creator, and I'm starting to get back into it, starting to get back into the fun stuff, starting to get back into the YouTube stuff. And this was especially awesome because like I said, it's been so long since I've been able to just like sit and chat with somebody just about random shit, and I love doing that.
It's nice to have a space where you can shoot the shit, and because when you talk about being away from the YouTube stuff, it doesn't, well, you've been away maybe from making YouTube stuff, but when you talk, it doesn't sound like you've been away from the loop. You still know what's happening, so at the very least, you're not going to have to reacclimate yourself with the run of things before you go back into it. And
no, that's fair. Yeah.
So it's not like you're under a rock or you're on the dark side of the moon, at least you know where to go from there, which is nice. Like one thing I noticed between me, Celtic, and Flick is that we're all of us are fairly up to date with what's happening with YouTube, and we're up to date with what's happening with YouTube and the how should I say this, social media, but we're all in different aspects of the internet. We're covering different areas. Celtic says, as someone who's bounced between projects for literally years and years, just do the best you can. Sorry to hear about your car. I feel like I feel you there. My computer died while animating oneself. So
shucks. Yeah.
Celtic, me, and Flick are in very different corners of YouTube. Well, like I guess every single person is, right. Like you all consume different kind of stuff. Like
yeah.
I won't take over the thing too much. But what I want to say is like Celtic is like he is a parent, and there's a certain kind of not niche, but like the Minecraft thing caters to his kids, and he keeps a lot of his content. How should I say this? He keeps it like PG, not like I joke about the religious thing, but like he has a very sanitary slant to his content, which I respect a lot because if you watch Prom Night, you can very quickly see that my channel is not intended for anyone beneath the age of 18, and that's a very hard line in the sand. And it goes for Flick as well. Celtic says that, or it was the spicy Mrs. Spud.exe video. Derelict Celtic. Okay, hang on. I have to delete that comment. You weren't supposed to bring that up. You weren't supposed to bring that up.
Mrs. Spud.
Hang on now. The next time you post that, I'm putting you on fucking timeout. But the thing is, so like I want to. I don't want to say I want to change the content that I make, but I want my content to mature, and that doesn't mean that machinima is for children and stuff. But I would like to. Do you know the way when someone makes a new kind of content, they make a new channel?
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure if I want to make a new channel because my content is probably going to change in the next 2-ish years, and when it does, it's going to take a very sharp turn, and I don't know if I want to make a new channel because in many ways I'm thinking I like the idea of the channel documenting my maturity as a person and my creative journey. So I'm unsure if I want to make a new channel, and because there's going to be people who aren't going to catch that new channel, and I don't know if I make a new channel to document how I've matured, or if I just make I just don't, and it's all there. I don't know. Celtic Flick. Yeah, blame Flick for it. Leave my computer alone. Sorry, I don't believe that was Flick. I sternly believe that was you, because that Miss Spud thing was told to you in confidence, and it can't be Flick because Flick doesn't read, and every time we try to teach Flick how to read a book, he's bitten me. So.
Oh my.
Yeah. Anyway. I don't know if I want to because the content that I cover, or sorry, the content that I watch is like, do you know what stealth camping is?
Enlighten me.
It's kind of like where you go camping, but you go camping where somewhere you potentially shouldn't be, like if it's like on the other side of an overpass or something.
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't know if I would necessarily do that stuff. I'm not exactly a subtle person when I hide, but like I would love to do camping content, or something that gets me outdoors. Because the problem with machinima is that you have to do it all indoors, right? Yeah, so I would like to find something that gives me more fresh air, because I'm fairly sick of spending all day indoors.
Yeah.
It's tiring because you can get, like, especially when you consider, like, so I made the most of my content during COVID, and that was in part because, like, I'm sure for most people, it was the frustration of being cooped up inside all day. Uh, I like spending time outdoors, in spite of what my content might tell you.
Yeah, I've always been more of a homebody, per se. Like, uh, and that's like that's just kind of how I've always been. I mean, even like the sports I've grown up playing, like I've grown up playing like hockey, and I was never much of like the like football or whatever other sports there are. I've always been hockey. Like that's my thing, and that's like a super indoor sport. So I mean, even when I am like getting activity in, it's either like inside and all that stuff. And I feel kind of bad sometimes when my friends are always like, "Oh, dude, let's go to this random place." It's like, "Oh, where is it?" "Oh, in the middle of the desert." I'm okay. I'm gonna stay home and play video games.
Hey, you know
Like,
what?
oh, what do you mean?
Until 2 years ago, I'd never seen a desert, and seeing it for the first time absolutely blew my mind.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, oh gosh, I mean, we're leaving. I haven't been home for so long. I live in the States now. Uh, and like getting that first like year or two of getting used to living here is crazy. But I mean, now I can hardly imagine even going back.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like the deserts here and it still gets cold, and I do like the cold. I'm more of a cold person.
Me too.
Yeah, I like the cold. Let's see. I'm gonna actually, but yeah, I mean, as far as like the outdoorsy types, I'm not that kind of person. Sad to say. I want to be, but I'm not.
I'm not necessarily, but I want to force myself to be, because it just for me personally, it triggers a lot of the, I guess, the better ideas that I have. I don't generally think of good ideas when I'm cooped up inside. I need fresh air, and that goes for a lot of things. Like, what is it? There's things that I want to do that I don't have time to do right now. Like, I did a little bit of music for oneself. What Celtic say?
Yeah.
What are some shows you consider your inspiration to wanting to be in animation, or just that's for you now, Brosnick?
Oh, that's for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I would say some of the shows that really influenced me a lot for animation, oh man, it's kind of hard to say, but I do love like that kind of like casual vibe. I don't like something that's too like wacky or in your face, but I do love the kind of I would probably say regular show. If I actually had to put a thing on it, it probably would be regular show. Mostly because I kind of like the idea of just, this group of friends that kind of do that, like, aren't like wacky in and of themselves, but just they're forced into those situations that end up making the show itself way more fantastical than it seems. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I completely get that. It's kind of is there another show like that? Because I watched regular show for a little bit, and I didn't keep up with it, but I like the idea that it's almost like just a bunch of friends hanging out, and then one day something happens and they're all tossed into it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like, that's like the big one, I would say. Is definitely regular show.
Aren't they bringing that back?
They have. I'm not too keen on the Cartoon Network revives, because I feel like the shows, especially regular show, I feel like it ended just when it needed to. It depends on who you talk to, right? But I think that regular show ended right when it needed to. Like, they just concluded a major story arc. A lot of the characters have their happy endings, and you do know what happened to them, right?
I don't.
What's up?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking me if I knew what happened to them.
Oh, well, spoilers, most of them got happy endings.
Okay. I wouldn't be upset if you spoiled it for me. It's not that I don't like the show. I just know that I probably won't get around to it because my whole thing is that I like watching shows with people now. Because I like, being able to talk about the show afterwards. And
Yeah.
be it on like a Discord call or in person, like I super super don't like going to movie theaters on my own anymore. And it's not that I feel weird or ashamed about it. It's just I like coming out with the movie saying, "What did you think of that?" Although I will say this:
Yeah.
last summer I went to see the new Superman on my own, and there were two kids
Yeah.
there that were very clearly talking during the movie
About the plot.
No, they were just trying to antagonize people. Like they weren't dumb kids. They were smart kids who just purely wanted to take the movie down a peg. And
yeah.
I was on my own. So if I told them shut the fuck up, I'm now the weird guy on his own trying to dress down two kids for talking during the movie. So I was on the wrong end. So if I was with my friend, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. Try to watch the movie.
Yeah.
So that's another reason why I don't like going on my own anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm a very like quiet guy in public. Like if someone ever recognizes me in public, I will probably be like, not that I doubt that. Not that I doubt that anybody could reasonably recognize me. I feel like I'm very like stock, just John Guy, There's nothing particularly there's nothing particular about me that sticks out.
I think the only way I'm getting recognized is from a police headshot. But Celtic asks me, oh yeah, Space Ghost Coast to Coast was amazing. The sound of my old bones turning to dust here. Yeah, speak for yourself. You know Space Ghost Coast to Coast?
I do not.
It's like, I would say it's like the cream of the crop when it comes to Adult Swim shows because Celtic can correct me on this, but it was like a old cartoon show, like a superhero show, and then someone had bought the rights to the original media, and basically what they did is they had the animation equivalent of sampling, where they had like masked out the background and basically using I don't know if they got the original voice actor, but using yeah.
There we go. Oh. No. Yeah. So did you say Ghost of
Space Ghost? What? Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Space Ghost Coast to Coast, huh?
Yeah. And they would use footage of the ghost. I don't know if they was the original voice actor. Celtic can correct me, but they would have interviews where he would bring real celebrities on his television and interview them. But what would happen is the interviews would be not staged, but they would be falsified in that they were edited around other interviews that they did, and they would basically write Space Ghost's dialogue around the answers that the celebrities already gave. So it was very similar to what would almost become the Eric Andre show later on, except all the Eric Andre show stuff was actually done in studio.
Huh. That's kind of interesting.
It is. It's I hated it when I first watched it because I thought the interviews were real. And I think towards the end of it, some of the interviews are actually real. Like people are actually being interviewed by Space Ghost, but the earlier ones aren't, and I didn't necessarily get that at first because I just didn't.
Sorry, Derek. Is it all right if I stream real quick?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I've got another hour to go before the new episode of Oneself.
Okay.
I'll be right, Burb.
Okay. Might not active. SMH. Let's see here. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Okay. Properties. Shaboom. Hello? Did that fix it? I fixed my mic! There's always not the original voice of Space Ghost. The original voice actor for the character in the 1960s Hanna-Barbera cartoon was Gary Owens. Why does that sound familiar? But anyway, no, I guess I should introduce my stream. Aquifer, I'm actually on call with Derelict Country right now. He invited me on to do his Insanity stream, and I thought that was pretty cool. So right now we're kind of just in a call talking about, random garbage, and I'm playing Doom the Dark Ages because they updated the Ripatorium again and they added like preset encounters and stuff. And I didn't know that they exist for a while, and I've been playing a handful of them in the morning every now and then. And I kind of wanted to sit down and play all through the ones that like I've seen. And so where's the other guys? Nice. And so yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now, at least. I did not mean for my mic to be muted. Like I said, I've been having a bunch of PC issues, but I suppose I'm finally starting to get them fixed again.
Hell yeah. George Lowe was not the original voice of Space Ghost. The original voice actor for the character was 1960s Hanna-Barbera cartoon was Gary Owens. Oh, so there was no purchasing of the rights needed then, because unless I'm mistaken, Hanna-Barbera was always under Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. Unless I'm mistaken, I'm not an animation buff, but I'm guessing there was no handover needed there, right?
Yeah. Because I think they are the same cartoons, and in fact, I think it's happened before where some Cartoon Network shows actually do get brought onto Adult Swim to be Adult Swim cartoons. I think they did that with what's it, Ren and Stimpy?
Okay.
Or was that? I think that might have been something else. But I know that there was the actual version of Ren and Stimpy, and then there was the Adult Swim version of Ren and Stimpy. And I don't remember if that version came to Adult Swim, but I think the original was on Cartoon Network.
Yeah. They're doing a kind of there's some new show or some new special they're doing, and it's like a Robot Chicken style stop motion where all the big Adult Swim shows go on like a cruise together. Like they have Eric Andre on it. What's the show with Meatwad and the
Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
Aqua Teen
Hunger Force?
Yeah, they have what's the metal band one called? Super Death?
I'm trying to remember it. I think I know. Oh gosh, I think I know the one you're talking about though.
Yeah, they have Eric Andre show on it. So that'll be I guess a fun thing to see. We actually had a guy who used to work or collab with this channel who now works for Robot Chicken.
Oh really?
Yeah, Bootroid Productions. So he used to do a lot of Halo Mega Bloks animations, and maybe.
Oh, that's always cool. I love the stop motion stuff.
It's not Megadeth, is it? Because Megadeth is just a real band, right? Unless they spell it differently.
Yeah. It's on the tip of my tongue. I know it because I see clips of it all the time.
Okay, Google time. Adult Swim. Okay, my phone just started listening to me. Fuck off. Metal band. Mega Metal Apocalypse. That's the one.
Ah.
Deathlock.
That's cool.
Well, I'm guessing in the show's called Metal Apocalypse, and then the band is called Deathlock. That's the one.
Yeah.
I like that idea though. Adult Swim has had a pretty good. Although I don't. No, yeah, Smiling Friends is in that as well, in the cruise show thing as well. I still haven't watched the ending of. I haven't watched the last episode of Smiling Friends yet.
Well, like one of my friends was really big into Smiling Friends because he was like,
He was the guy that actually watched like the YouTubers before they became
Yeah.
like, you know, the people that worked at Adult Swim. Which I think is pretty cool.
It's weird having I grew up on Newgrounds, and now watching a whole new generation who might know Only Plays, or sorry, I even called him Only Plays, who might know Chris O'Neill from Only Plays as opposed to just Oni NG.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's the same with Game Grumps, I suppose, because I grew up watching Ego Raptor on Newgrounds.
Yeah.
But now the Game Grumps empire is bigger than Ego Raptor's animations ever was.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing as well, because at the time when they started those channels, I was thinking, oh yeah, this Let's Play stuff, that's going to be gone in a year. And sure enough, it was a money printing machine. And fair play to them as well, because I don't know, obviously the Let's Play stuff is way oversaturated now, but they caught it at the right time. And
yeah,
Chris O'Neill is still feckin' doing it as well. I have to acknowledge how well he's doing as a fellow Irishman, because it's not a very big market to fill popular Irish YouTubers.
Yeah, I can see that. Actually, come to think of it, like, well, I never really watched a lot. Like, growing up, I never saw. I don't know. I was never much of a Jacksepticeye kind of person.
Mm.
And I mean, everybody knows Nogla and stuff from Vanoss.
Yeah.
But a lot of the YouTubers that I watched growing up were actually Canadian YouTubers like Mr. Chi Lexify and Smith Plays. I was more into like the COD Zombies scene growing up a lot.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironic. Like, I didn't really interact a lot with Halo until much later in life, which is really ironic because Halo is one of the first franchises I've ever played.
Yeah.
But when I was growing up, a lot of like what I'd watch on YouTube was always COD Zombies. Like You Always Win, Yote Slayer, and Mr. Chilexify and Smith Plays were the ones I watched a lot growing up. And as I got older, I think my like big Let's Play YouTuber, I know he's probably, a lot of people wouldn't consider him a part of like the big three, but do you know who Corey X Kenshin is by chance?
I don't, but I'm also
totally fine
out of the loop as well.
That's totally fine. He was a YouTuber that did basically the same kind of stuff that Markiplier and Jacksepticeye did in the 2010s. What with like FNAF and
oh yeah,
he was actually the guy that got me really into Subnautica, which is one of my favorite, if not favorite games of all time. It is my favorite survival game of all time. Like he was the one that did a lot of that when I was growing up. He doesn't really upload anymore, if at all. I think he's doing a manga thing, and ironically enough, he's probably another influence I have of somebody who makes me want to pursue like this kind of like animation venture I'm slowly wanting to make my way down. But yeah, he was like another one. I don't know if a lot of people would consider him part of the big three, because I think a lot of people ended up discovering him much later on. Humble brag, but I was there at the beginning. But yeah, like a lot of the big three, or a lot of the big YouTubers that I watched weren't typically the ones that people would consider whenever they think of like a Let's Play YouTuber.
Do you remember like a particular video or a particular like, I don't know, a video? Do you remember watching a particular video that made you decide in your mind that you wanted to make content on YouTube?
Oh, for sure. This was when Doom Eternal was like first popping off. There was this channel called Midnight, and this guy would do like Doom lore videos where he'd talk about like the Slayer. Oh gosh, you're not what I thought you were. He would talk about like Doom lore videos. He'd talk about the Slayer, and he'd always be playing Doom 2016. And this was right before Doom Eternal started.
Yeah.
And I had actually just gotten into playing Doom as a whole with Doom 2016. Like I've known about Doom forever, right? My dad like told me about playing Doom, and I I've used the Doom 3 sleps on Gmod more times than I could count. But I'd never actually like sat down and played a full Doom game. And then once that YouTuber, he still makes content by the way, but once that YouTuber like kind of like got into my head, that's when I was like, oh, I really want to make content on this. And you can tell because like a lot of my first videos on my channel, I keep a lot of them up strictly because I like to look back on and laugh at them. But a lot of my older videos on my channel were like super inspired by him, if not flat out copying him. And like they were always so bad, dude. And then obviously Doom Eternal drops, and then bing bang boom, I want to make content on that game. And so I did.
Okay. I mean, I've a lot of people, to no fault in their own, might copy someone else when they first start, and that's probably natural because you're still finding your feet as a creator, probably.
Yeah.
I know that at the very least I'm guilty of that. But
yeah.
It's you probably find that moment, or there's that point in time where you realize that you're on your own path and you're not necessarily doing what somebody else is doing. That's a nice feeling, because some people get stuck there, and that's not necessarily a jab at other people, because some people do really well copying others as well. So I don't want to shit on someone's hustle, but it's nice when there's a validating feeling once you've found your own thing to do.
Yeah.
Especially like Celtic has his nice own, like he has his brand of animation. He has a show he does called 9 a.m. and it's like very rudimentary, like 2D animation that he does in Blender, but it has its own art style and everything, and it's about him and his friends. And I can't say that I've seen anything like it on YouTube. And it's the nicest thing is that I don't entirely understand 9 a.m., but you can see how it informs every other thing that he does, and that's nice. You can see how it informs his stuff on oneself. You can see how it informs his stuff on. He does this thing. It's like a supplementary series to oneself called Behind the Mods, and you can see bits of 9 a.m. in that, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think like I always love seeing that kind of stuff, like the kind of like, I don't want to say rudimentary because that's not at all what I mean. What I'm really talking about is like something that's just kind of like for fans by fans kind of dealio.
Yeah.
Like I will always appreciate that to like a degree that, you know, I feel like that I just can't explain. Like I love seeing stuff like that. And I guess it's just kind of like the interests I've always had in the more niche arts. And when I say like, oh, I love this or I love that, and I love seeing cool / weird / creepy stuff, and you know, all that fun nonsense, because it feels like it's just way more personal, and I love that personability.
Yeah, the more you zone into a niche, the more of an intimate connection people have to your content.
Yeah, and I feel like that's why I will never try to shoot for popularity, because popularity makes you, even if it's completely your thing, popularity always makes you the trend. And the thing that everybody knows what happens to trends is trends always die, right? Because if you end up becoming trendy, naturally you will die. You will lose that cult fan base that you had for the longest time ever.
It's very weird when you get pulled into the I don't want to say the spotlight, but when you get pulled into one community's eyes and whatever 5 minutes of, I don't want to say fame is the wrong word, but when you ever get your 5 minutes of limelight, that is entirely what the community makes of you, and that is your
Yeah.
lasting impression. And
that's your legacy.
yeah, and there was different times like I made the first like big thing that I put on my channel was a video called Abnormality 3, which was it was like a fan video for the creator of RB the Chief, and it was the first machinima that I had properly made, that I had made public, and it was like purposely shitty, but it still paid attention to like nuance or attention to detail. But now the last thing that I have is and that was made specifically for the fandom of RB the Chief. But now I have Prom Night, and I marketed that, or I promoted that to every machinima server that I was in, and it's the only video on my channel that I have stuck a big fat 18s plus disclaimer on, because there's a lot of really tasteless jokes in it, and now the impression is, oh, Derelict makes like NSFW content, or he does like Halo porn, which is 100% not what I do. But the only way that video could be serviced properly is if I made those jokes, because a lot of the time when I'm making videos, when I hold back, I don't know if I'll say I'll hold back, but there's, when you're going full force, and the context behind that film required me to not pull any punches. So some people were offended by it, some people were not impressed by it, and I understand and respect all those opinions. But on a technical level, I think it's probably in my top 5 videos, if not top 3.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. And I feel like I've always kind of stuck to like a smaller base, and I don't know, like I'm slowly trying to move away from that, where I'm starting to pick like the kind of content that I really like to do, not necessarily that I really like to do, and the content that I really like to make, because I think one of like the biggest checks that I always look for in content that I make is I always want to make something that I feel like I can watch. Because if I make something and I feel like I don't like it, I don't put it out.
Yeah.
And I guess like the crappy thing about that is like that metric is always changing, because either I hold myself to different standards or I just have different interests in the time. So like I'll sit there, I'll record like a video for 5 hours, and then I'll be like, wow, I did not like this. And then come on. And then I'll end up not making the video at all. And that's kind of where I'm trying to like stop doing that, because I don't like doing that. Right? Because I feel like I waste a whole bunch of time, and nobody wins in that scenario.
Yeah. That you just reminded me of something as well, and that was that I spoke to you a long time ago about wanting to use your avatar in a video, and I originally planned to use your like Halo avatar in my final Chewie's video, and I ended up using it in Prom Night in the post-credit scene, because I was desperately trying to find a place for it, and the production of that video was a total nightmare. Celtic will tell you just how close I came to not releasing that at all. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You have to make something that you want to see. It's hard to hear that advice, because sometimes not that you're chasing views, but sometimes you'll see people just not responding to your content and wonder if what you're doing wrong.
Oh yeah. That's happened to me more times than I could say, and like sometimes it really just like you sit there, you just kind of have to take it on the chin and be like, well, back to the drawing board.
Yeah. It's why it's so nice to have things like not like a work and a job, but you have other pursuits that you can give time to. That at the very least you know where your time is going to. Christ,
Yeah.
it's I don't feel like I'm wasting on time, but I just you question what you put your time towards, and since you're so much younger, you have you can I don't know because bringing age into it is a weird thing, but like
Yeah.
as you get older, you start to gaslight yourself more about how you're spending your time. And it's very easy to get into this loop of, no, it's all a waste. I've wasted my time. I wasted my life. Everything's a waste. It's all over.
Yeah. That's totally fair.
Yeah, and I the way I pull myself out of that is maybe by watching stuff over again, or I hate seeking validation or asking people for how should I say this? Like,
yeah, because it feels like you're begging.
It feels like I'm begging. I hate asking people, like, is my shit good? I know my stuff is, like, good-ish, but, like, I don't like, I should be able to eyeball it, and at the very least, like, I also aware that, like, I know you mentioned that you wanted to make a machinima, and if you're making a machinima in 2026, you do it with the understanding that that medium is probably past its prime, or like it's past its cultural peak, in that it was popping off in the late 2000s, the early 2010s.
Yeah.
And now we're in a different ecosystem now, and that's not a good or bad, because like the worst thing that could happen is that we would have a bunch of people coming in, co-opting the scene and making it about their thing. But we get to kind of hold, like, it's the way I describe it in like the fucking guide or whatever. It's like cave paintings, but the purity of that those cave paintings are preserved because we don't have people co-opting it or twisting it into something that it is not.
Yeah. I feel like that has happened a lot, especially with like indie animation, which, because like, I mean, if you straight up go up to someone and be like, yo, I love indie animation, they're gonna look at you with that look. Yeah, I'm sure you can already picture what I'm thinking of, right? The kind of like weird cave, like house dwelling gooner archetype, and it sucks because there's no way you can actually, like, that is what the vast majority of people see as like indie animation fans, which sucks so bad.
Yeah.
So like you always have to say, like, I at least whenever I say I'm a fan of indie animation, I try to word it a little differently. So it makes me sound like less of a sex pest. But like I'll always try to be like, oh yeah, I really like this specific series, or I really like this specific, like this niche because I think it's cool. Or like, and I'll explain why I like it. And sometimes it doesn't work out because like you'll just get the person that like immediately hears anything attributing to like a buzzword, and then they just write you off with the rest of them.
Yep.
So that's why I try to like be careful with that.
Yeah, I thankfully, because I the more something stays relevant, the more you risk not just people coming in and co-opting it, but it getting wrapped up in something that
it's not.
Something that's not, but also something that's trending, that has negative connotations.
Yeah.
Like me and Celtic talk about AI quite a bit, and how AI just kind of invades an art scene and takes over it. It's taken over filmmaking, it's taken over music, it's taken over fine art, and me and Celtic try to keep a level head about it, in the fact that we know exactly the damage it's doing to the medium, but we also want to keep up with it and know where it's at, just so we're not what's the word I want to say? We're not hoodwinked by it when it comes to us, because I've hired assistant editors and I've hired like interns and stuff, and
Mhm.
I need to know when they're using AI on their resumes or on their show reels, so I'm not caught off guard from when they come in on their first day of work and they have no idea how to do something unless they ask
Yeah.
ChatGPT about it.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Because I feel like using AI really does tell you a lot about somebody, even like their stance on AI. Now, this because I'm kind of more of an artsy type, I already have like a far more negative connotation of AI than the average person would. And that's just because that's, you know, that's how I am. But like, I really take a look at it, especially when I see somebody like saying, "Oh, you know, isn't this?" Even if it's like something like, "Is this meme really funny? Isn't this such a funny meme?" I was like, "Dude, it's. I mean, it's using AI. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing to look at for like a second or two, and then it falls apart. You know."
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Oh, why do you care? It's just AI." And I mean, like, there's a lot of reasons to care about AI. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like anytime I have a conversation with like my parents or even for like with my brothers for the longest time ever, they'd be like, "Why do you care so much about AI?" I'll tell you why I care so much about AI is because AI is fundamentally just not something that's beneficial for anybody because it's never right and it just uses an unnecessary amount of resources. There's quite literally no reason to use AI. Definitely not long term either.
Yeah. I'm so curious if it'll wash in and out with the tides because I can I can see people who are interested in trends using it, and on the problem is that it gets better all the time. So there's very little reason for people who are interested in trends to drop it if it keeps getting better. But if it hits a wall with its refinement, I'm curious if people will just drop it. But I don't know because then I'm taking it on faith that people will stop being lazy, and I'm asking a lot of human beings at that stage. I feel.
Yeah, because it's like it's kind of one of those things where like once you start, you know, they're like, why do I even care? You know.
It's weird.
And
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And the like even for using it something as small as like meme pages and stuff, like all you're doing is just making something that somebody will laugh at for like 10 seconds, scroll, and then immediately forget about it.
Yeah. It's and you know I'm sympathetic to the people that use it for anything other than art because it's good with numbers, it's good with oh god I don't know it's good with analytics and stuff because I definitely did not go to school to learn how to count. I'm confused with you'll have it's very weird where you'll be in a film society in a college or something, and people who would, and sometimes if you're in a college you'll have people come into a film society and they'll have no navigation of film. They're like a business major and they don't know what words to use and stuff, and it's something very endearing where it's like this nerdy dude who just wants to, he thinks he has ideas for films and stuff, or maybe he does, and you want to include him because he would never express the side to him otherwise. And now you have people coming into these spaces and they're already loaded to go with AI because it's in many ways it's the language that they've learned to use. Like, oh yeah, I'm a filmmaker too. I use this prompt, and
I used this prompt in this model, and it gave me this thing.
Yeah. It's you. I mean, I guess you probably should be mad at them, but it's hard to know what the objective right stance is because there's going to be a whole generation coming up now where they've grown up using AI prompts, and they, for lack of a better term, they don't know better. Because I was in before the stream, I was in a supermarket, and there was a child screaming at the mom for whatever, and then the mom pulled out the phone with Cocoa Melon on, put the Cocoa Melon in front of the baby, or in front of the child. The child was like not even older than 4, and the child was like, it was like putting the pacifier in the mouth. The child was just, the child felt silent.
That's exactly what I'm saying with like, what's it, like phones and stuff.
Yeah.
So I have a niece, and I love her to death. But for the longest time ever, she was like obsessed with using her tablet. And like anywhere she was never bored because she always had the tablet. Thankfully, her parents have like slowly like weaned her off of it. And you know, like the comparison is perfect. You know, like it's literally just a pacifier.
Yep.
In the sense where the child does not have to emotionally regulate themselves because the tablet does that for them.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's bonkers to me. Oh, where'd you go?
It's scary. Like, I'm not overly keen with the using the tablet as a pacifier, but the caveat is okay,
Yeah.
fine, no internet access on that thing. If you have your Cocomelon, it's preloaded on it because I used to work in childcare for like 4 summers, and
Oh, lucky you.
I know, right? I only lost about 20 years on my lifespan. It's super worrisome when children just have unregulated internet access.
Yeah, I mean, look how we turned out.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm absolutely fine.
And this is when people didn't know how to use the internet. People know how to use the internet now.
That's true. That actually is very true. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I mean, I wouldn't ask for your age, but like my I mean, Celtic is going to chime in like a matter of seconds. I know it, but like my early days of the internet was the dial-up connection, and I guess there were probably chat rooms back then, but all I did was like go on the I don't even want to say it. I went on the Metabots website and bionicle.com, and
Yeah.
I guess they had the BZ Power forums, but I never used the BZ Power forums until I was like, I don't know, halfway through my teens or whatever. But
Yeah.
I wasn't overly vulnerable because I just didn't know that the forums existed. But
Yeah.
someone described it really well. I can't remember who it was, but when you were a kid, your parents would tell you, "Oh, don't take candy from strangers and don't go into like a van in the park or whatever." But now,
Yeah.
the van is in your sitting room and it's the computer.
Yeah. And it's like the worst part about it is like, okay, this van is okay, but this van is not okay.
Yeah. Oh, and sure enough, Celtic chimed in with zero hesitation. George Washington and I were there with the rotary phones. Yeah. Well, you know,
Dang.
I know what a rotary phone is. My gran had one. Actually, it was the same gran that lived in. I told Celtic a ghost story on stream a few weeks ago, and it was the
Oh,
same.
boy.
Yeah, Celtic got a good laugh out of those because those ghost stories are 100% real, and I'm probably the most skeptical person you'll ever meet when it comes to like paranormal nonsense. But all those ghost stories are 100% real that I told him.
Yeah.
I was scrambling for interesting stuff to talk about on stream, and sure enough, we landed on ghost stories, and it was probably an impulsive thing to do because I'm gonna have nothing to talk about on the Halloween stream, but whatever.
Oh, rip. It's okay. I typically don't ever do anything for spooky month. I take that month off, but I guess I could talk about some from the ghost stories from my days.
Just give me a I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah. I'll do like a brief
All right.
What is it? A little thing beforehand then.
Okay, go on. Celtic is listening.
Yeah. Okay. So, I guess for a little bit about me, a little background. I am actually Native American, specifically the I'm Navajo Indian. And there's like there's like a lot of folklore. I know a lot of our folklore has become more mainstream these days. No part in thanks to the internet. Well, actually, no, I did not word that right. It had a lot to do with the internet because, like, you know, skinwalkers became like, you know, just another internet cryptid, and they kind of fell down the same path as like the Wendigo did. And I think growing up, obviously, we had a lot of stories pertaining to the paranormal. because naturally we're like my family's very spiritual, and my aunts, a lot of my aunts and uncles lived in New Mexico, which is in the southwest part of the United States. It's by Arizona, I believe. And they lived outside a field with a lot of like wood areas, because you just kind of do that when you're living in that part of America. And I guess maybe I'm saying a little too much, but yeah, needless to say, we would go out there sometimes just in the woods doing whatever. We were a bunch of dumb kids and we'd rather sit there and talk with the adults. But yeah, one of the things that we did a lot was head out to that wooded area. Unfortunately, I don't think any of my family really lives there anymore. In that part of New Mexico. So it's just kind of gone. Yeah, there's a particular story. I'll wait till Derelict gets back to tell it, but there's a particular story that I wanted to tell.
That's cool. Derelict is back.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was just saying a little bit of a backstory for this. I am Native American.
Okay.
I'm Navajo Indian. And a lot of my family lived in the New Mexico, Arizona part of the United States. And we had this backyard area that we'd live in, and well, not live in, but visit. That's kind of where we did like all of our ceremonies. That's where I had my ceremony for when I became like, I don't remember what the ceremony was, but I had to eat corn powder and it was not fun. I don't know. I'm sure if I asked my mom or my grandmother, they could actually give me more details on what it was. But yeah, anyway, needless to say, so the story itself follows me and my younger cousins and siblings as it's like late at night. The adults are all out either on the town or they're doing something. So it's just me and my older brother and my older cousins. And we were just messing around. Oh, to preface this, the backyard area of the house is like a huge desert. It's just empty out there. There's like a little bit of like, garbage and some wooden shacks that people like built out there, but it's like a huge desert. And I remember my older brothers and cousins, they came back in and they're like, okay, you guys need to be quiet. And they're like, and we're obviously like, why? Because we're playing Mortal Kombat on like a PS2. So we were having the time of our lives as, stupid little 9-year-olds. But they're like, no, we saw something out in the woods. And I had no idea what they were talking about. And of course, like it's bad luck in like Native American spaces to even talk about it, because to talk about it means you're inviting it in, right?
Okay.
And so they're like, oh, like we saw eyes out in the desert, and we're like, whatever, dude. And so we go out to the front and it's like quiet. Now, normally, I don't know if you guys have been outside during the nighttime, but it's usually like pretty active, right? Because you got like crickets and stuff. But like when I went out, it was dead silent. Like no coyotes, no dogs, no crickets, nothing. Like it was just dead silent. And we had this like aching feeling that, well, we didn't really see anything. We couldn't shake the feeling that we were just being watched the entire time. And obviously we were home alone, and the oldest one of us there was like 14 tops. So naturally, we kind of all freaked out. And the story was like so weird for us because I remember seeing in the distance a silhouette of a single lone coyote, which freaked me the hell out as a kid. And I told my brother about it, and they just told us to go inside and not make any more noise because like that single lone coyote that I saw was like the big thing that freaked me out. I'm probably like middle of the pack when it comes to like, you know, how old I am compared to my siblings. Well, probably like I'm oldest of the youngest, if that makes sense. So behind me, there's still like a good 2-year difference between the next oldest child. And so I remember that vividly, and I just could not go to sleep for the rest of the night because I just kept thinking about that coyote that was looking at me over the ridge. And like it looked big. Like it was a big coyote. Because you could actually make it out like on the ridge line.
Yeah.
There'd probably be about like, I'd say it's probably like a good 200 meters between like where we were on the porch of this house and like the actual like bottom of the hill line. And that's where I saw the coyote. And that's probably like one of the more like raw paranormal encounters I've ever had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mythical, paranormal, you know, take your pick.
So, I haven't met too many Native American people. Are they?
Yeah.
Are they a superstitious people?
For the most part, I think a lot of us are very like, we're very traditional. When it comes to like, you know, our culture. That's kind of like a gripe I have with the modern internet is I feel bad for like Native Americans in like the northern United States and Canada because the Wendigo has been such like, you know, it's probably like the most recognizable cryptid in American folklore, not in just Native American folklore, but in American folklore. And like it really just kind of got turned into like another horror movie monster. And sad to say, the Skinwalker is kind of following the same path, which really sucks because that's my culture. And it kind of sucks seeing my culture getting like, not like gamified, but like commercialized. Because, you know, it's like, oh, dude, I'm gonna, you know, oh, don't go out because the Skinwalker is gonna eat you. Like, no, that's not what a Skinwalker is. People get them confused a lot. It's not a Wendigo. It's something else entirely.
Okay. I was about to make that mistake.
Yeah, there is a big difference between a Skinwalker and a Wendigo.
What's the difference?
Wendigos are people cursed with like extreme cannibalism. And then Skinwalkers are actual Navajo witches that gave up their humanity. That short and simple of it.
Okay.
There's like a bigger complicated description you could get.
Yeah.
But that's like the short and simple of it is. Also, they're like native to two completely different parts of the continent.
Oh.
Yeah, because like the Wendigo is native to the northern United States, and then the Skinwalker is native to the southern. Not like southern as in like Florida, Louisiana, but like southwestern.
Oh, okay. That was my follow-up question. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, it's interesting because like Saren is from BC in Canada, and I spent some time in Canada with the First Nation communities.
Yeah.
But like in a childcare capacity, so it's not like I don't know. It's not like they weren't in touch with their culture. It's just I didn't get the education that you're giving me now.
Yeah, they're like it's okay because like kids, you know, it's kind of something you're not really supposed to talk about.
Oh. Okay.
I'm probably making a lot of like Native Americans upset because I am talking about it. I'm sorry. But it's just kind of something that like it is a real thing to me, you know. Like I do actually believe that there are like, you know, more spiritual stuff. I'm not so much a skeptic. My brother is totally a skeptic. He doesn't believe in any of that stuff. And so it's kind of interesting. And we have like such different views on, you know, like that kind of. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. Oops. That we kind of have different views on that kind of stuff. I mean, you're from Ireland. Do you have any like interesting Irish folktales or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, if you worry about pissing off Native Americans, just watch how I sell my culture out on every stream. We have like we have folklore stories and stuff, and I think there's like a, how do I say this? There's like a universal understanding that we don't believe in it, but the value of the story is so high that we still hold them in contempt. Not hold them in contempt. We hold them in high regard. And there's a. Who was I speaking to about this yesterday? I was speaking. No, it was on Tuesday. Tuesday I went to see Joji perform in Dublin, and I bumped into a bunch of lads from Norway, and they were just the sweetest guys. And they have flown over just for the concert and decided, you know what, we'll spend the rest of the week in Dublin just to see what's, because they'd never been to Ireland before. And like many people, they were completely unaware of the fact that Irish people had their own language, like we have our own native tongue, and it's not something that I'm particularly angry at other countries for not knowing, because it's not well promoted. But there's a political will behind promoting our language now, and as a result of that, our stories are starting to carry as well. And
that's always cool.
I suppose it is. We haven't found the right conduit to share the stories yet. The obvious one is film and anime. Our animation sector is really, really strong, but our film sector is fairly strong. We're good at telling. Ireland is good at telling really sad stories. We haven't found a way of telling good stories, but that's because our history is so miserable. But like the folk stories we have, there's, I think it's Oisin and Tír na nÓg. There's the Children of Lear. The Children of Lear is a straightforward one about like 4 children who were the children of like a king in Ireland. Their mother died, and then the father didn't want to see them grow up without a mother, so he quickly remarried. And the stepmother was a bitch, and she didn't like the kids, so she basically put a curse on them, to the point where I think they were all turned into swans. And depending on the version of the story that you hear, they were either they were swans with human heads, or they were just swans, but the children's minds were still in them. And they couldn't tell their dad that it was the children, so the father thought that the children had just ran away. And because I'm not rich on the story, I can't tell you how they turned back into children, but I think they do. But it was after like 800 years or something. But a lot of our stories go into like the spiritual and stuff. There's Tír na nÓg is a big one, because Tír na nÓg is almost like the...
What's up, Greg? Sorry.
You're right. Tír na nÓg is like the epicenter for Irish mythology, because Tír na nÓg literally translates to the country of the young, where it's like Shangri-La, where it's the land of eternal youth, where you never age. That's, I guess that's kind of a big one for us. There's another one about what was it? Fionn McCool, which is like I forget what he had to do, but we have a national sport called hurling, and hurling is a sport where basically you have the ball is called a schlitter, and then you have a wooden stick called the kaman, or a hurley, and basically you just puck the ball up and down the field. In the story, there's like a greyhound, like an Irish wolfhound, that's like stopping Fionn McCool from, or Sean Og or something, from getting into this house, and he hits the slitter, and it goes down the dog's throat and kills the dog, and that's how he gets into the house. I need to brush up on this story, but yeah, a lot of our Irish folklore tales are tied to our culture, like our sports, our music. We're one of the few.
That's always cool, dude.
Yeah, we're one of the few countries that have our own sport, we have our own type of dance, we have our own type of food, we have our own type of everything. I think anything the English didn't take from us.
Anything the English didn't take. Yeah, the English love doing that, don't they?
They sure do. But like, there's a meme now where like Irish people love to like. I don't mind the tomfoolery or the banter of just like hassling the English or like saying, "Oh, you colonize" or something. I don't mind like, because some of my best friends are English, but some Irish people go way too far with that, and they make it their whole identity. I'm not on board with that. There's a phrase that we have in Irish called "Chucky our law," which basically means, in my language, it means our day will come. I don't like saying that because it basically suggests that one day we're going to take back Northern Ireland by blood or by hook or by crook. It sounds like a bit of a threat, and I don't like going around saying that. It's not the type of Ireland that I'm interested in promoting to others.
Yeah.
Necessarily.
We don't gatekeep Ireland.
No, well, it's like, because the Northern Ireland thing is a sensitive topic, but it's nowhere near as sensitive as it used to be. If you were alive in the 90s and you saw some of the troubles happening, oh my goodness, that stuff was scary. And I think a lot of the people LARPing with the Chucky or Law stuff are people that weren't alive for the troubles, where they weren't alive for just how bad the troubles got, because the troubles had the capacity to completely tear our country one side from the other.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain, because sometimes we'll have like Irish Americans or Americans with Irish heritage say, "Oh yeah, we're Ireland, Chucky or Law." Most Irish people, especially people in the north, will hand wave the Chucky or Law stuff when they see it, because they don't want anything to do with that movement, because they only see like turmoil and pain when they hear that phrase.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you say, it's slightly like in the States if you say the South will rise again, where it's a bit of a rough thing to be saying in the big 2026.
Yeah. my brothers say that all the time, ironically. It's funny because we have no horse in that race.
Yeah.
It's just funny to say, because we tend to make fun of like a lot of like groups together, because that's kind of the people we are. We like to laugh about it.
Yeah.
And especially like being a Native American, they're like, it's kind of weird to say, but being Native American is a sensitive topic, because like there's a lot of people that are like, "Oh, you're not Native American if you didn't grow up on the res." It's like, okay, how many of you guys are actually full-blooded Native Americans? Because there's like this whole like internal thing of like, you're not a true Native American. It's like, it's weird. I guess I should preface this. I'm not fully Native American.
Okay.
Fully, but that not fully is doing a lot of heavy lifting, because both my parents are Native American. I know it's kind of weird to say, but both my parents are Native American, but I'm not fully Native American. And that's just because both my parents are also not fully Native American. And even my grandmother is not fully Native American. So like the idea and concept of a full-blooded Native American hasn't really existed for like hundreds of years. And there are people who are still, like talking about that. And I guess I don't mean talking about like people who are like, I'm 1/16th Apache Indian, I can speak on Native American issues. I'm talking about like the people who like who are basically fully Native American, but because that they have like, this other prominent gene within them, they're not like full-blooded. And I'm just saying that like there aren't really full-blooded Indians left.
Okay.
That's yeah, and some people kind of get confused when I say that. Because like, well, what do you mean? My so-and-so's Native American. And like, are they really? Because I guarantee you there's probably a lot of like Spanish DNA in them. I mean, me personally, I have a lot of what's it? Scandinavian DNA in me.
Oh.
I say a lot, but it's probably close to like 20%. But that's kind of, I guess that would kind of like catch people off guard when I say I'm Scandinavian and Native American. Because I guess the only person I really have to thank for that is my grandfather. My grandfather's Scandinavian.
Oh.
Yeah. But he's not like from the motherland or anything. He's like.
When it comes to Native Americans, does the gatekeeping come and go at like being able to trace it back to a particular tribe or something?
I guess it's more of like a cultural thing. Like if you're willing to, like if you're knowledgeable on your tribe and you at least know your clan, like a lot of people will accept that as you being Native American. I guess it's kind of like, and I guess this is gonna sound entirely ridiculous, but we do have our own version of like the black card. We have something called a CIB, which is a certification of Native American, or it's called a certificate of Indian blood.
Oh.
And that basically is like the end all be all of, yeah, you're a Native American. Ironically enough, I don't have mine because my parents were too lazy to do it when I was born. Big shocker. Because where they lived, it was kind of a long way from the reservation, and you can only do it on the reservation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Celtic wanted to ask you, Sub-Zero versus the giant coyote that you saw that night, who wins?
I got my money on Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero ain't scared.
Is Sub-Zero or Scorpion who says, get over here?
It's Scorpion.
Shit. I was so close. I saw a coyote only once in my entire life. I was in my first time in Los Angeles. I was going to a comedy gig by the comedian Alan Resnick. He's one of Adult Swim's golden boys, and I went to it was this venue. It's like a small venue out in Glendale, and for some fucking reason, they were holding the gig at 10. The gig started at 10 p.m. at night, and the opening act was like 30 minutes. So the opening act started at 10 p.m.
Are they making a new Mortal Kombat?
I have no clue. But I was waiting outside. It was in March, so it was pitch black outside, and I saw a pair of eyes looking at me low on the ground. And sure enough, it was probably a coyote. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if they attacked people or not. But I took my phone out and walked towards it, and it ran off. But there was no one gave me the memo on what coyotes do, because we don't have those. And I wasn't. The only thing I know about coyotes is that you can't kill them. I guess because they're protected or something.
Yeah.
But there was I wish my phone had battery. I made all the wrong choices that evening because I walked across East Los Angeles on my own with no charge on my battery and with no way back to my accommodation. And when I told people where I had walked from, I was walking from Glendale to East Hollywood, and everyone who lived there was like, never do that again. Never ever do that again. Because I was walking back at like midnight. But I was good crack. That's what the Irish people say. I know it was fine. I know it was grand. It was good crack. There's no, I guess, do we have any spiritual animals or animals that are, like we used to have, before 2000, we had our own currency called the punt. And we had animals on it, like we had a stag, we had, I think, a ferret, a maybe an otter or a pine marten or something. But once we
Yeah.
became part of the EU, we just got the euro, and that was the end of that. We still have Irish versions of the euro, which is all it is just the backside has a harp, and that's it, and that's all we got.
Yeah.
Sure, look.
Thanks, Greg. I'm playing Doom right now. Not gonna lie though, I would be interested in playing Mortal Kombat. There's like 2 games I've been thinking of playing on my channel. So, and it's one of them is Resident Evil, because I've seen a lot of Resident Evil stuff, but I've never really played the games.
Play 4.
Play 4?
4 is the only one that I've gotten into. The classic holds up really well. I think the remake is fairly good. Compared to other remakes, not gonna name names.
Are you talking about 3?
No, I'm talking about Campaign Evolved.
Oh. Now, what, like, I've heard that like those prequel missions are gonna play a bigger role in Campaign Evolved.
Maybe. I was when I first heard that they were doing additional missions, my assumption was, oh, they're gonna do First Strike, or they're gonna do Fall of Reach, and they did neither. Although, they do like an adequate post-credit scene to set up the Halo 2 remake, if they end up doing that. So like I guess they've hedged their bets a little bit, which is probably fine. I would be hopeful that they would get as far as the Halo 3 remake. Halo 3 is like my favorite game of the original.
Halo 3 hasn't been remade yet, like in any way, shape, or form.
And I would have, up until a year or 2 ago, I would have said it doesn't need to be. I still love how Halo 3 looks, but now when I see how, because I like how Campaign Evolved look. Like I was one of those people who was a bit of a purist about art style, but I was fairly happy with how Campaign Evolved look. Fuck it, put it in Unreal, whatever. I don't care. So long as it plays as good as it used to. You can put your extra stuff in.
Greg. One of my viewers says you sound like Jacksepticeye.
Oh, sure. Top of the morning. Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, Happy Wheels. Celtic says,
oh man, I miss Happy Wheels.
I only played it for maybe 5 minutes when I was in secondary school, and that was a... I feel like our closest thing to a spiritual animal is la cucaracha. You can hit it, poison it, burn the house down, and it'll still be alive. So it's basically, is it a cockroach? Is cucaracha just a cockroach?
Is it? I think of chupacabra.
Oh well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. When I read the spelling, I initially thought it was chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
I spent a little bit of time with the Latin community in the States, and I was very surprised that there was a race of people who were more alcoholic than the Irish. I felt very outclassed.
Yeah, I gotta love my southern cousins.
I haven't been to the South yet. I so badly want to go to the South.
I'll tell you what, like the American South is, it's like probably the biggest boogeyman of people going to the United States, especially because I know on the internet, at least, a lot of people have this weird connotation of Southern America. When I've probably met some of the nicest people I've met there, like wholesale the nicest people. It's just, they're very forward with the way they speak. They don't really sugarcoat a lot of stuff.
That's good. That's okay with me.
Yeah, somebody broke it down. It's like what is it? The New York City, California American is like, they're nice, but they're not kind. As in, like, if you're stranded on the side of the road and you need help, a Californian American might be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and then not do anything. A Southern American would call you an idiot and then proceed to help you get where you need to go.
Right.
And that's true. I would say that's probably truer than anything.
Yeah, I worked with a few people from Texas. I worked this terrible job up the country here, and the guy I had to stay in an Airbnb because I had to travel across the country to work it, and the guy who owned the Airbnb.
Yeah, I have to beat this. I have to beat this entire thing in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Not just the round. I had to beat 5 rounds in 5 minutes. Sorry, I didn't
You're
mean to
fine.
interrupt you.
No, you're grand. He basically had worked in California a little bit. He said like, oh, the U.S. is like putting a bunch of nuts on a table. All the nuts roll to the left because the country's on a slant.
Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily disagree with. I'm noticing that we've hit 10 p.m. So the new one itself should be out soon-ish. So I'm going to clock in. I'm going to stop the stream, but I'm going to start recording and get my reaction to it because I owe Flick that much.
Yeah.
He's humored my answers. But thank you to Brosnick for joining me.
Of course. Thank you for having me, dude. It was awesome.
It was certainly awesome. We'll do another one. God bless everyone who's watching. God bless to everyone who doesn't worship the Halo Bible. And
of course,
I'm gonna see you on the flip flop. This is Derelict Country. Over and out. Bye. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
No problem.